Good morning. Well, it's not really good morning, is it? Good afternoon, good morning, depending on whether you're watching this from the excitement of mainland Europe or the apparently very poor weather of mainland UK or other countries. Like Portugal is also still the morning. Exciting, isn't it? We just talked about what time of day it is. Hello to everybody who is tuned in. This is the EFRA 18 GT and GT Euros from Giardini Naxos. We are RC Racing TV. My name is Nick Dave and I'm joined to my right by Matt McCallum. Hello. He's here at the moment. He's disappearing off to be clever later. Thank you to Senesi Motorsport, who are our title sponsor. Obviously, thank you to EFRA, who organise all of this. And we have our other sponsors, S-Works, Lens Bodies, Chevy Model and X-Ray. So it's a good time with people supporting this exciting series. Now we have two European Championships, both the electric and the IC version is coming up. Okay, I'm being nannied by Matt here. He kind of forgets I spend most of the year doing my own streams without him, which in fairness don't always work. It's been a lovely time so far. Some of you may have seen the extremely professional, not at all cobbled together show we did yesterday evening from the...
so many comments I've had about that.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You spend, 12 years producing the most professional output you can, and when you do a deliberately chaotic one, and trust me, it was deliberately chaotic.
Deliberately?
Well,
you can't see the air tags.
Yeah, the deliberate thing was obviously the fact they put me in charge of a camera, which we have learned over not just 12 years, but 18 years now. This is our 18th season. I ain't any good at cameras. I'm rubbish. I can't even do an iPhone camera.
Are you any good at patting your head and rubbing your tummy?
It's not something I practice that often.
It's that coordination, isn't it, that's required?
I just don't do cameras very well. I've tried it before. All these people who turn up are actually quite good at doing main camera work, and I've given it a go on about 3 occasions, even with the really easy stuff, which with large scales would be a disaster. It doesn't work in my brain. I'm a talker, not a filmer.
We've noticed.
Yes, apparently. Welcome all of you who are with us. We're going to be here all day till about 7 o'clock. What we have coming up now is the final round of final round of qualifying practice, not qualifying. So there'll be a reseeding after this one. And then we have a lunch break, and then we go to full fat qualifying. So as this is only time practice, we're not going to have moving camera. Moving camera is going to turn up after lunch. But we have got a number of cameras around the track, so you haven't got to stare at that bloke's balding head all day. There will be another selection of balding heads you can see. So we're going to just show you the track, show you the view, show you Sicily, and we're also going to obviously show you the racing, and we've got the timing at the side, of course. We're also going to be working on that, because that's got a little bit, that's not us else, there's a problem at the track on the timing. So it's not coming through every second. Time is accurate, it's just not always every second. But these things are what happens. It all smooths out during the weekend. Tomorrow, so we've covered today, we're here to about 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, we start really early. I think we're starting like almost 8:30 local time. And go on all day with loads of qualifying and some lower finals. And then the main finals, the electrics are having 3-legged A finals. And the IC are going to be doing it as a Christmas tree. I didn't mention it to you, we have two different championships here. GT8 Electric and GT8 IC. All of them, though, are doing 7-minute runs for qualifying, and you are not allowed to refuel your IC car during those 7 minutes. Now, obviously, the electric cars have no problems doing 7 minutes in a battery, so they're having a bit of a laugh. But the IC machines have had to be tuned specifically to last 7 minutes. So out on the track at the moment are the first heat of electrics. You can tell that by the fact we're not being deafened. It's quite nice. The IC cars are very, very revvy and noisy. They've got the full-on noise level of the track 1/8 cars. Because track 1/8 cars are more noisy than the buggies. I don't know if you noticed it. It's certainly more piquanty with your ears, slightly. And then we have 4 of these. There's 4 heats of electrics, and then there are 7 heats of IC. There are 30 entries for electrics. That's going to condense down into 3 heats for qualifying. And this track is actually quite tight for these cars. It's kind of, I suppose, the track, it's sort of a 10th track really, be it IC or electric, and put these cars on it. And it's a little bit tighter. I mean, it's absolutely fine for them. But they are, doing 16-second laps or so. and they get round quite quickly. Mrs. Young01 says, "Hey Nick and Matt, really enjoyed the opening ceremony earlier. Both witty and informative. She did not use the word chaotic at all." I did get a selection of still for James Parry, who's back at base, making sure this all works remotely. Did spend the entirety of the evening sending me stills of the various things I'd framed up wrongly. Fantastic shot of my ear, totally in focus, but not very applicable. So it was an interesting time. But the biggest problem was we did that entire opening ceremony, and by the time we finished doing it, they'd eaten all the food. So we didn't get any of the snacks. What can you do? So we've got a few hours of this, so please, please comment on either. And am I right that any of the comments come into here anyway? Yep. So you can comment. You can comment on Facebook. You can comment on YouTube, obviously, or anyway you watch it, and the comments should come into here, and I will be able to talk to you about them, because I'm going to need some friends to help me get through these first couple of hours, because Matt's going off to do things which are very important to him. Matt, I'm surprised he hasn't actually got a tattoo saying "I love B-roll," because it's all about the B-roll for Matt. And Matt sits there, because what's happened here, this is interesting, you probably don't know this, over the last couple of years, it used to be the first few years, I used to do all the organising and run the RC events. And the last couple of years, now Matt's doing all that. Matt's taken over RCTV, and I'm just a hired hand and shareholder. But no, and I obviously have wandered off and doing karting. So what used to happen was I was totally track focused, and we'd all be filming everything that moved, and we never get any what's called B-roll, which is just recorded shots of cars going around and nice stuff. And at the end of the year, I'd say, right, when we put together a highlights package, and Matt would say, "I've got no B-roll, can't do it." And I thought, that's a ridiculous excuse. So what happens now is Matt makes sure he has enough B-roll to do all the highlights clips for 407 years at every event. So he wanders off and does B-roll, and I have to talk to various cameras that aren't moving. But yes, Tony Firth enjoyed the opening ceremony as well. Obviously, we found a niche here of Nick films opening ceremony badly, and people think it's all right. Obviously, a car broken down there at 0.7, I think. I'm not totally sure. No, they're actually putting a sticker on position 9's chair. So let's have a look at the static cameras we have. We're on the main cameras. This is the camera that's going to move once we get into the main part of the day. Then we have this one, which is, Matt, can you hear me? Unfortunately, some marshal has moved the GoPro over there. It needs moving again. It's up in the air. He's pointing down slightly. So that one's going to get removed. It's been knocked by a marshal. It's quite near a marshal post. Then we have this one, which is sitting on top of the timing hub. So, we've taken over that, and that's kind of got... So I think with the combination of those, I can probably show everything. And here you have the GP2 heat ray. As you can see, it's a complete set of Italians, apart from the Croatian Maria Martinic. So there you are, that was the result. But again, this is just for seeding. Apparently, one of the great things now, what I can do, this is quite an advanced system we've got now, is if I go to there, I can play this in the background during these breaks. See? A little bit of, oh yeah, the background music. Oh yeah. Hey. Copyright free, obviously. Those of you who watched the opening ceremony will know that there was a huge disco playing in the background, and they played just about every sort of popular tune there could be, but we only got one copyright strike. We get copyright for YMCA, which is exceptionally loud, or Mambo number 5, but we did get a copyright strike. That's not really a strike, it's a copyright warning from Radio Gaga. So Brian May is making possibly as much as 7 pence from that video yesterday. So you are paying for Brian May and Anita Dobson to have a lovely night out. What more could you ask? Okay, Heat 2, it's Alex D'Angelo, Hedy Ramos Castro, Mark Seneca, Nick Snidrick. And then just go for another page because they took it off too quickly, so the rest of the people in the thing. And then we have Gerd Pfeiffer, who is obviously one of our favourite racers in the world. Frederick Mitzer, Felice Canalia, Tomislav Bregov, and Vincenzo Frasca are your 9 runners from riders this one. Notice the background music's off now, you see. Background music's off. Go up there. Nope, wrong page. Getting the hang of all this now. Very exciting. As I say, we'll be with the moving cameras. We're back after lunch, but we are just coming on a bit early to give you kind of an ambiance, the kind of the feel of. So Tommy Nielsen says Scandinavian flicks are the fastest way to drive. I'm not overly sure about that, but well, we are going around tight corners at tracks. The thing is, you can actually hear it's electric. You can hear all the announcers at the track. Cheshire Tomcat says, nice to see somewhere sunny. Yeah, I understand. Certainly come over here from the UK, which is not the greatest of weather these days. So where are you watching from? I'm sitting here at Giardini Naxos. Where are you all at? Where are you all at? Is the question. So what we can do, even with the selection of sort of solid fixed cameras, we can follow a car around. So I'm not quite sure. What I'm going to do first is find out who the car is, so I can say, oh, they're following Barry around or something. So how they put numbers on the cars is the main question, and how they put numbers on I can read. Yes, there's number 5 I can see. There he goes. So the bright orange car is the number 5 of Ramos, and then goes this one here. And we've got Ramos coming down the straight in the bright orange car, and then Ramos going at the corner bright orange car. Being attacked by the blue and orange machine, but that doesn't help my area. So you can kind of see him around the track, and you get the idea. This is a very, it's one of those tracks where we've got the most amount of tarmac on, the smallest amount of actual square meterage of track. So the length is quite good. There we are, bright orange. So Ramos currently, let's have a look where he is. Currently last, actually, next to last. So 17 seconds. Best lap times at the moment 16.5 from Mark Seneca. Alex D'Angelo's done a 15.5. They're all running on the top 3, so it's a 40. Oh wow, that's quick. So Alex D'Angelo's now going down to a 47.2 for top 3. 15.3 at best time. Not sure you can see car 9, which is Mr. D'Angelo. One of the problems is because these timings are a little bit chonky, it takes a while. You can't just work out where they are on the track immediately. There he is. So I'm just going out of frame there, the multiple coloured car. Oops, no, that's a mistake. There he is, going around the top corner. They're coming down the straight any second now. This is D'Angelo. Look at that, that's a brilliant cut doing there. Just another prize, shouldn't I? Out for a minute, there he goes again. Down the main straight, overtaking someone. Plum egg. Throwing that thing in the first corner. Oh, Mrs. Young says, greetings here from down here in Adelaide, Australia. 7:45 in the evening. Blimey. That is dedicated. Well, as you said, 7:45 is not really. I always think it's interesting when the Australians are still watching us when we get to about 6 in the evening. This is obviously 3 in the morning for them. Or when we start in the morning, there's Alaskans watching us at 3 in the morning. So D'Angelo is the fastest at the moment. We get to heat 4. You'll see there's quite a few drivers doing both electric and IC. You're allowed to do that with GT. Obviously, some of the other classes you aren't allowed to do it. The reason being, of course, that they're completely different. It's not like when you aren't allowed to do mod and spec in the electric classes, where it's basically the same chassis, same tyres, same everything, apart from the fact you've just got a bit more power. This is completely different. You know, an IC car and an electric car make their power in completely different ways and probably need to be set up slightly differently. Now, we're hoping to have at some point in this broadcast over the next few days, got a comparison back to back of electric and nitro. So we'll be able to show you what the difference is, because the cars themselves look very, very similar. They're interesting machines anyway, GT8, they're very square. So you think about most of the RC machines, they have quite a long wheelbase to their track. So that's the length between the wheels compared to the width between the wheels. So your track is the distance between the two wheels on the same axle, so front axle, rear axle, and the wheelbase is distance between the centre line of the two wheels, front to back. So, for example, a dragster has a very long wheelbase and a very small track, so it's got not a great deal of width on the wheels and the tyres, and it's got a very, very long wheelbase. And if you look at a touring car, of course electric touring cars used to be wider. They used to be 2 centimetres or 4 centimetres wider, but they then settled on 190 millimetres wide and with a kind of more free wheelbase. So they are narrow, not narrow to long, but they have quite a narrow overall footprint. You look at these things from above, these GT8s, and they are quite square. It just basically means they have a much wider track to their wheelbase. Also rubber tired, of course, which is, if you are looking at the IC version, an IC is the only IC track rubber tired car with a 2-stroke engine. Of course, the large scale have a 4-stroke engine, but this is the only one with the ultra high revving 2-stroke engines on a rubber tyre. This track apparently not as abrasive as last year's circuit in Zagreb. Doesn't have a train running past. I mean, you have to say we've had some pretty impressive. Well, we'll try and get some scenery shots later when we have the moving camera. But in Zagreb last year, we had a train that ran right next to the circuit. Effectively, if you look at this track and that main straight, rather than trees in Zagreb, that was a railway line with the trains running past it quite regularly. What we have here is some spectacular mountain scenery, and behind us we are in the shadow of Mount Etna, which of course is mainland Europe's most active volcano. So we are risking life and limb to bring you this product because whoever knows, at any moment, the Mount Etna could explode. I mean, it's obviously not going to do it just yet. End of heat. I'm just trying to get this, kind of practice this, because I need to play the background music because it's the end of heat. And you get the result. Alex D'Angelo was fast with a 45.595. Well, he's 3 seconds. I think Alex D'Angelo is going to be he's going to get a promotion of heat. He's 3 seconds faster than anybody else. That's a bit funky, this music, isn't it? And he also got this camera, which looks at the pits. They set themselves up. Someone's leaning on it. For me, though, I thought that kind of message was coming over the top of the actual music. There's a weird bit of Italian rapping going on there. Okay, this is our next. It's Adrien Lecollier from France, Francesco Domin from Italy, Mikhail Milowski from Poland. We are sole pole. Riccardo Giovanese. Oh, I've done it again. Just give me a bit longer. Just a bit longer. Then we got Ivan Snicko, Serino Albertino, and Mirko Englet. No, we have a world champion in the chat. It's Davide Ongara. Hi, David. Davide, he's unfortunately he's responsible for why we haven't got Jorn Neumann here. I mean, Davide, of course, competed a couple of times in this championship, but there's a lot of practice going on at the Ongara ring in Sicily, which is where the 1/8 Rallycross Euros will be this year. So they've had a big practice session. So a lot of the top Rallycross races are down there. The 1/8 buggy races. Mainly, I think, of course, the European Championship in Sicily, but also, of course, there's the World Championship in Europe as well. A little bit after the 7 years ago. Background music on? Yeah. There we go. So, Davide not here. And Norman not here. But I was on low. I'm told off now about my background music, etc. So yeah, so the good thing about for Davide is we'll see you all next week, because next week is the e-buggy European Championship from Montpellier. So we're here from Thursday next week with that one. Actually, no, we're not. It's live. We're from Friday next week with that one. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event for the e-buggy at Montpellier. So Davide, looking forward to seeing you there. David is good. He's tired after the warm-up. Yeah, because not only do you have to run the warm-up, so racing the warm-up, you have to run the warm-up as well. So he's I think have a well-earned break before he goes to Montpellier next week. So now, next thing, I need to talk out loud. Let's put the main camera back on. So we'll have the moving camera after lunch, but we thought you'd like to have a little bit of bonus coverage. Hopefully we'll have the timing sorted out as well. So this is not us. This is actually coming from the track. There's a problem. Not a problem. The track timing is fine, but it's having issues getting the track the information onto the internet. We take the timing from the internet and then interpret it. And because there's a little problem with the upscale of the internet, we are getting it. We're getting it rather than getting it like every second or every half second. We're getting it like 1 second, then 5 seconds later, then 5 seconds after that. So it is any time practice, not particularly important to be honest. Oh, to say hi to Gabriel Polosci. If I see Gabriel, I will say hello. Hi, say hi to him. Oh, something came through. It must be Matt. Must have pressed a button. So let's look at that green car. There he comes. I'll find out who he is actually in a second. And it's number 1. Oh, it's number 1 of Mirko Engelert. In that bright green car, it does help. At this time in the coverage, it helps have a really easy to pick out visible car, rather than me attempting to do anything else. That's timing and scoring. So they go underneath the rostrum. You see there. This is the final corner before they blast it down the main straight and sweep into the timing hairpin. Oh, no, tried too clever then. I've only 1-3, so I do this one. So you get the whole lap. Hang on. Right, so he's down the straight now. No, so man with too many fingers. 2. 1. Yeah, I think at this point you have to accept the fact that man can't press buttons the correct order. Right, so we go into this one. Yes, that's good. Well done, Nick. Then this one. Excellent work. Then this one, so he's in the far corner there, that one, oh look at that, there's virtually no blind spots here, don't even need Matt. It's quite a lot of button pressing though, in fairness. The man who's a little bit fat fingered most of the time. Paolo Finardi is saying hello to David. Oh, Paolo, so I go, Forza Italia. Well, certainly previous Forza Italia. I was saying this is, those of you who watched the chaos that was the opening ceremony. It was only chaotic because of me. It wasn't chaotic for any other reason. It was chaotic because of moi. The Italian team is massive. I'm postulating, and I'm happy to have some independent verification on this one. I'm postulating that this is the biggest percentage of an entry by a single country. Now there are a grand total of 94 entries across the two classes, but some people doubled up. So, like, you know, Alessio and BA, but Arnaldo. There's a few doubled up. So I don't know how. My guess is there's probably about 85 people here, probably 84 racers. So my thinking is that of those 84. 50, perhaps more, 55 are from Italy, which means they have like 60% of the entries. And I don't know if that's ever been the case before. I remember going to I've been to a couple of the larger off-road events where you get a very big chunk of locals, but because this a core event of international races, whilst there were probably more numerically, so of the 80, say of the 140 there were 60 Spaniards, percentage-wise it's not more. So I think this is the biggest ever percentage entry by one nationality. I think it might have been taken out. Some of the I think they had the European Championships in England for 112. That may have been pretty similar because the Brits were all over that one. But it's great. It's lovely turnout. You can't really fault Sicily, to be honest. It's very pretty. It's lovely and sunny. Food's good. Hotel's nice. So no, really. What hasn't been very good? Parking's difficult. That's the one. Parking's difficult. That's the thing I'm going to have to put a demerit point on for Sicily. Not the track. There's no parking at the track. It's just to try and get parked in a hotel. It's a nightmare. Now, this is our third of 4 electric heats, which is quite pleasant. I'm sitting here relaxing at the moment because it's very quiet. When the ICs turn around, it is the case where you suddenly have the pieces shattered of the local community. And there's some people, I think, many, many miles away who might find themselves a little bit disappointed about the whole thing. This is the end of that one. Which means I now play the low background music. No, it's that way. That doesn't make any sense, that doesn't. So let's see. I'm learning this, you see, look. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Matt's got his sunglasses on indoors, which is always a bit weird. He hasn't got headphones, he can't talk to me, so it's fine. There's your results. And you see Engelhardt Mirko was slower. Engelhardt was slower than the last one, so there will be some reseeding. And we now come to the top heat of electric. And also, as you can hear in the background, people are beginning their warm-up for the IC. Morning. I think the man's come for our dinner order. The food's very good here, by the way. At the track as well, they've got a nice little restaurant. Though they have one minor issue for us, well, other Europeans, is that the coffee they serve is Italian coffee, which is great if you like to have 3 millilitres of coffee at 1 million degrees strong, because that's what you get. It does give you a boost, but I'm a bit of a Starbucks Americano. It's not Starbucks, it's rubbish, but Costa Americano, more Casinera Americano. I like a large amount of liquid in my coffee. So whilst it avoids the caffeine shakes, it doesn't necessarily give you much liquidy stuff. Also, I've got really bad. If anyone knows an easy way of sorting out a rotator cuff injury, I've managed to give myself a rotator cuff injury for about 3 months now. And no one seems to be able to work out. It's right deep inside my right shoulder. Okay, so it's Natalie Senesi, and that's of Senesi, who are our sponsors, of course. Rosario Gimaro, Alessa Mazzeo, Pietro Lupifora. Give me a second, because I have to go to the page again. Bernard Arnaldi. B.A. Arnaldi. And then it's Anton Duras. So it's... and Highfried. Pouchet, who was on the show yesterday evening. So we have French, Italian, 4 Italians, a Spaniard, an Austrian, and a Frenchman. The Frenchman being B.A. Arnaldi, the multiple European champion at large scale. So he's now embracing this element of racing as well, coming down the size rather than going up a size. Just getting going. So to say, this is the 1.8 GT and GT Euros. It's the last of the practices for these guys in electric. Brought to you by EFRA and our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsport. And thanks to S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shippish Model and X-Ray, who are also supporters of this event. So who's going fast? There's the question. The other question also is what does it's fun. What does Matt order me for lunch? It could be anything. Pesto pasta. Pesto pasta. Pesto pasta pasta. Excellent. What more could anyone want than the pesto pasta pasta? Forza, regards. The Italians are certainly taking over the Facebook chat. Well, they're taking over this event as well, actually. Disappointing lack of, I don't know, this is going to sound a bit parochial, but very disappointing lack of British entries into this event, like none. There are no Brits entered, but there are 5 or even 6 guys from Ireland, which is fantastic. They've got a club down on the coast near Dublin, and they've kind of turned it into a club outing, effectively. I mean, a couple of them are pretty good, to be honest, and a couple of them are clubby, but that's great, because the club is what this is all about. And having a great time. In fairness, you're in Ireland, so I'm certain they've got a Ryanair flight here, because Ryanair obviously are Irish and go everywhere. And they come down here and have a great time. People haven't got the camera. We're going to need to do some quite a lot of geographical pictures, because people need to see what's all around the track when you get on the camera. So I'll be directing you for long shots of the scenery, Matt, because the things are just amazing on the mountain. The foothills of Etna. And of course, being a volcano, it's a very low slope. The volcanoes, they slope low. That's when they've been bulging out magma and everything else. It just kind of rolls down. So they have quite a low angle of attack. It's not like a Everest, but it's straight up. But we'll have a look at that later. So instantly, the top 1, 2, 3, 4 are doing 45s for 3 laps. So who should we try and let's look at that light blue car. I don't know who it is, but I'm going to try and cover it anyway. We'll come in the frame in a second. Who is it? It's the light blue. He is car number 7. So that's our Austrian friend, Mr. Poucher. There he goes. A bit more circumspect. He's a bit slow on the others, isn't he? I think he'll stay in the top E. That light blue machine. Into the back straight. There's quite a lot of rubber detritus already at the side of the track. These are quite heavy rubber tyres. They are absolutely most similar. If you've seen large scale tyres, that's what they look like. They're proper, not like the rubber tyres you get in a 1/10 touring car, which of course are slicks, quite thin and have a sort of foam insert. These things are big chunky rubber tyres. They're not slicks, they've got a small amount of tread on them. And they get a lot, they do that whole thing where the kind of surface wears across. So they've got 4 sets of tyres once we get going for the qualifying. And I think they get another set, they make the main final as well. I think the electric cars get 1 more set for the 3 finals they do. And I think the IC cars get a set, I think, for the main final. Might get one for the semis as well. Chatting to Jackie from EFRA, the president of EFRA, who's on tyre duty this time. So she's marshalling the tyres in the best way possible. Doesn't look like the marshal's particularly interested in life, is he, number 7? One thing that is quite interesting is actually this track is quite self-marshalling. I don't know whether it's because it's practice and we've not seen many people get themselves stuck in places that they can't get out of. So if you look at the curves lead up and lead down, but because there's quite a bit of power in their 4-wheel drive, these cars, they can get out of the issue they've got. So really it's only going to be coming together. I think that's going to involve marshal intervention, but of course that is what they're there for. And of course we haven't got a full complement of 10 just yet, though that will happen when we get to the qualifying. There'll be 9 or 10 in each of the electric heats. I don't think they're condensing down the. Fabio Benhamad, hello, hi, how are you doing? I'm pretty sure he'll be down in Montpellier next weekend as well. Mara Ongara, we're getting the whole team of Ongaras here now. Andre Guzman says Val Corinthians, which sounds more like some sort of thing, the start of some weird cult in a public school would say, Val Corinthians. There's only 4 guys up there now. So there's only 4 people. So people have already kind of said we've had enough practice. We just want lunch. So I say we've got we're about to start the IC side. There's 7 IC heats, 7 minutes each. Half-hour break for lunch, and the real qualifying action starts. He says we should have had that page up already. The real qualifying action starts at 20 past 2 local time, which is 20 past 1. There's Alessio. 20 past 1 for those of you in Portugal or the United Kingdom. Or we're going to Portugal, same time zone as the UK, or the other way around. UK, same time zone as Portugal. Whichever way you want to put it. Matt looking confused. Confused in a bad way or confused in a good way? No, just confused. Are we doing all right? Is everything all right? Good. Lot of restarting and stopping this morning, but at the end of the day, it's all fine. You get to enjoy this slightly wobbly shot because someone's leaning on the, sitting on the roof of a kind of holding area. This camera, and occasionally people walk into it. I don't know why. You know, as you can hear in the background, here come the engines. I can't feel this. Literally, the quiet of the day is shattered by the engines. So in this first heat, we have they turned them. All right, so they got Emanuele Greco in 1, Pasquale Montfalcone in 2, Walter Cusimano in 3, 4 is Svetlana Senjin, who's from Croatia. Everyone else is from Italy, by the way. The 5 car is Angelo Ficini. The 6 car is Marcello Altavia. They got Mattia Calavo in 7 and Dario Grasso in 8. So 8 cars going out for this one. They got 7 minutes. They are not allowed to refuel during that 7 minutes. It's part of the way of making the engines different and perhaps a bit cheaper and more reliable. Make sure they don't run quite the ultra high elements, but they also can make that run time. Interestingly, also you get to the final and you're not allowed to fuel in the first 7 laps of the final either. And I think that's obviously designed to prevent someone having a qualifying engine that's very, very economical, and then in the final put in something that like burns the fuel but it's super quick. You have to wait 7 minutes. Which did cause some consternation last year when someone actually had a flame out. And they fueled up as well, not remembering the rule, then got a big penalty, which is a bit pointless because obviously they'd lost a lap and a half already. So as you can hear, we are now in IC World. Not quite sure how loud it is for you. It's quite loud for me because I'm getting to hear it twice. So, top times in electric were 15. This is the first heat, so it's not really directly comparable. Be interesting to see whether the electrics or the ICs are faster. My guess is it's going to be very, very similar. Normally the electrics are a little bit quicker just because they have that better initial oomph out of corners. But there's nothing really slow here because even the corners which are hairpins have very wide entry and exit. So if you look at that hairpin in the right-hand side of the screen there, as they come at it, they're not actually coming at it from a hairpin point of view. You see that it's a kind of a very wide corner, so that's not zero. The slowest corner on the track is this one, and that's when you really need the power. So their power, look at yellow car, their power. But the rest of the time you're running it, having a bit of top speed helps. So you should see when we get to the top heats Whoa, someone just literally larruped the fence near us. He's still running. It's going to be an interesting bit of removal there. No, he's working. It's a purple car. That pink car in the bottom of the frame there, I think it was. He's definitely got some problems. Has he gone in the pits? Is he brave? Yes, there he is. That's the car that's got the problem. He's going in the pits after smashing into the fence again. Oh, he's broken a couple of body mounts. Now, doesn't matter. It's only time practice. So, yeah. Is it big out again? That's it. No, that's like it for a minute. He's had enough. I've had enough. Ross Luddick says, will we get moving cameras this year or just stationary? No, you get moving cameras, but not till after lunch. So moving cameras after lunch, which is 2:20 European time, and an hour earlier for the UK, an hour later for Greece, wherever you are. So Central European time, 2:20. Yeah, we just still doing a few bits of jobs. Matt has a number of filming things he needs to get. So to Alexandros Piperego, it says gas, Greece. I think he means come on, Greek. Right, there was two Grecians, yeah, two Greek races here. Yeah, don't worry, the cameras will move soon. This camera will move. Not all the cameras move. Some are quite. See that? Yeah, these ones. That's stuck very aggressive. Not aggressive. Stuck very solidly to a wall. That one's on a roof. And that one's also on a roof. So that one will move. So yeah, so we'll be moving cameras. So do not fear. They will provide you what you. They won't be moving the whole time, but they will be moving some of the time because there's other things we need to do. It's a full service we provide, including clips and videos and special bits and it's all about. It's all about social media, kids, isn't it? Got to get the figures up in the social. Got to get the social working. So also once we up on the moving camera, please, if you've got a friend you want to see, just tell us and we will show you him or her. I don't think there are any female racers actually. This orange car, it's just an orange car following. Paint your body fluorescent, get it on the camera. Who is that? That's number one, that is. Mr. Greco, there he is. So behind him is the light blue car, and the light blue car, number 3, Cosimo. Yeah, so the 3 car is Walter Guitamado. That's that blue car still on frame there. Taking the track nicely. In the back straight. Sweeping around the end corner into the timing hut corner. So start finish. Underneath the rostrum. To the inside switchback. Oh, lemon soda section is. Thank you. The reason I didn't cut the pictures then is I just had a delivery of Sicilian lemon soda. Can't really fault. So there's a purple car coming down the straight now. Now who is that? That's car 5. So that's our bottom man, Angelo Vicini. Oh, there's an accident on that camera. He's stuck at the left-hand corner here. Oh, it's so wide there. Yeah, that's not going well for Vicini because you can tell because you shouldn't go out of frame there. Enough of that. Anyway, I open my lemon soda now, actually. I can certainly recommend the Sicilian lemonade. It's a little bit sharp some ways, but they're tasty. Tommy Nielsen, I'll modify my car with a DRS. It might actually work out. They're running quite big barn door rear wings on them, Tommy, certainly on some of the cars. There's a real kind of barn door effect on a few of them, actually. So they're not necessarily subtly looking for a kind of a little small amount of downforce, looking for as much as they can get. Here's the result. 29s for the 3 laps. Dario Grasso takes that one. Of course, this only counts as far as reseeding and resorting is concerned. And then we're in between the 2 heats. Ah! Lefty's up. Hello, Lefty. How you doing, mate? Lefty from the No Name RC podcast. You all know who Lefty is. Everyone knows who Lefty is. Must be up early, though, because it's the latest it can be is 6:45. So obviously Lefty's obviously must be going somewhere or travelling somewhere. It's got a nice early start. I think he's racing this weekend. I think Keenan's, I read some of the Keenan's actually going to race a car. I'm not sure if he's also doing commentary, then just let him off a couple of minutes to actually race something, but that's Keenan's weekend. Or obviously watching us the whole time, of course. Because why wouldn't you? Keenan will be part of our broadcast at the World Championships in Redovin. So we're already planning for the rest of the season. A huge amount of RC. This is the start of the European. I know there was the 12th a few weeks ago, but this is obviously the start of the core element of the European Championships. This week is here. Obviously. Next week we're in Montpellier. A couple of weeks after that we're in Fonville for the 1/10 IC track. Then it's the Euro Bs. IC Euro Big track. The IC Bs for Rallycross, and then it is the Euro A from Sicily, and then it is, actually I've forgotten a couple of events. I actually don't know when the 2 large scale events are. I do apologise, I haven't got the calendar in front of me. There's the 2 large scale events, both on road and off road. Don't know when they are. In July sometime, I think. Back end of the season quite full because it's got the World Championships, it's got the 1/10 electric off road, and also the 1/8 IC track. So 3 of the biggest events, well, two of the 3 biggest European events, and the biggest event of all in RC. I believe we're in September. So actually, no, the 1/10 is the last week of August. What's up? Says Lefty. There's a lot of European racing coming. You're not going to miss it. There's lots of European racing coming up. Put that on too long. Apologies. So get used to this. Yep, it's all going to be a blur. Got lots of people doing it. I'm doing some of it. Frank's doing a lot of it. Got some special guests. Well, guests. Some of our less regular guys are going to be doing some commentary as well. I think we've got Tom Cockrell at one of the events who did a fabulous job last year at the e-buggy. As we, gets more and more complex, more and more coverage. If you've got an RC event in Europe and you'd like to have it covered, we are very happy to do it. I can exclusively reveal that we have signed up another event from the back end of the year. We will be returning to Buggyland. So Buggyland at the first weekend of October in Madrid. We were there last year. It was great fun, and we are going back to Buggyland. So that's all been sorted out. That's sorted out this week. So another event to your RC calendar. No, thank you very much. Frank's watching. He's now telling me large scale off-roads in France, large scale touring cars in Switzerland the week after. The problem is he hasn't written down what the date is. When is it? So the week after is fine, but is it the week after the 1st of June, the week after the 1st of July? It's fine. By the way, Frank, we've had several people ask about you. Where's Frank? Now, we weren't quite sure it's because you've made a fabulous impression on the entirety of the RC racing community, or they just want free stickers. So you are now known as the man who gives the free stickers out. You're like the child catcher of stickers. Here, my pretties, have a sticker. That's kind of a combination of the Wizard of Oz as well, but that's what it is. You are the Frank McKinney sticker machine, as they say. You could actually, with the camera, you could just about cover the whole track. I mean, it's not great to look at. Movie rotating fixed cameras are not great to look at. I mean, you can do them on sort of timing, but it's not great fun. Someone's giving us lots of hearts at the moment, which is very sweet of them. The overly hearted, I'm not sure it's Frank, talk about stickers, I don't know. Actually, Frank's on holiday. Frank, why are you watching this? You're on holiday, Frank. So again, fastest 3 hours is 49 again, which is interesting. So the people in this heat are no real quicker than the people in the other heats. Look at the fastest 3 laps in electric was 45. We have got some very much faster people coming up. This heat had 7 Italians and 1 Spanish man in it. The Spaniards being Jose Anton Moraga. We got Nicholas Fiorento, Alessandro Caresi, Domino Coutilio, Matteo Barbera, Massimo Fabiani, Rosario Pavia, and Giuseppe Lizio. Now, obviously, what I've done there is to put a little kind of an Italian-esque accent on this, and just hope it means the name is close enough. Now, of course, if Frank was here, Frank's been learning Italian for the last year and a half, so he probably would be able to absolutely, nail all these names. And I kind of hope the timing had picked up, but it's not. 7-minute heat, 7-minute qualifying for all of these events, but during this part of the day, it's just top 3. Three fastest consecutive laps that count. Where's Frank? I think I've answered that question. He's on holiday. He's having a week off. I think he's moving. Lefty. So this is interesting. This is just me and Matt. There's only 2 of us here. We're doing this as a duo. Thanks, Frank. Last scale off-road is last week of July. Last scale touring car is first week of August. Thank you very much, mate. And obviously, great to watch. Hello from Australia, says Jason Turbo. Hello, Jason. Matt's back. As you can see from these shots and the kind of the way it's glistening, it's quite nice and sunny. It's not too bad. I'm sitting in the doorway mainly because it gives a bit of through breeze, and we've got a very large hut to run our operations out of. If someone throws their car against the wall in front of me, but it is a little bit warm. That's for sure. Frank is seeing a couple of concerts this week. Blimey. Otherwise, you'd definitely be in Sicily. Conte. Oh, Do you know about that, Frank? So who are you seeing, Frank? Because we have. I need to get as much information as possible about your life. So who are you seeing in your concert? Frank's concert going could be quite eclectic. Could be Miley Cyrus one week and Judas Priest the next. Actually, the idea of Frank at a Miley Cyrus concert is quite amusing. I think you can see Stripey car there. Not sure who Mr. Stripey is, but he's giving it a right old stripe look to it. I shall identify him in a few seconds. That car shouldn't go synchronised. That's when you get spooked by someone else's error. Who is he? Stripey car. Stripey car is number 7. So Mr. Lizio, and he's now not where he wants to be. And he's now broken down. There's quite a bit of attrition here. Here they come in. It's only 20, yeah, no one's quite bothered about doing the entire event, entire 7 minutes. It's going to the Progressive Heavy Metal Auteurs Tool in Birmingham. Oh, you've seen the same people twice. You're seeing Tool in Birmingham and in Manchester. Blimey. Frank's all tooled up. Have yet to see Judas Priest, not bothered about it. I didn't say Taylor Swift. I said Miley Cyrus. No, yeah, you heard Taylor Swift. I said Miley Cyrus. I thought the whole of America was in love with Taylor Swift anyway. Okay, best 3 was a 49.5 from Alessandro Caladesi. Nicolas Fiorito was in second. There they all are. Waiting to get going. You see what I mean by being quite wide as well as compared to their length. They're quite square looking machines running sort of hybrid P1 and hybrid sort of sports car bodies and GT3 bodies. It's kind of I think most some look a bit like flattened Corvettes, to be honest. The body shell styles, yeah, it's got a proper. I think they've also got. They're much more attractive. They've got quite a look of the old DPs about them, the Daytona prototypes. You compare them to a racing car. Some of the old GT2s, actually the Maserati GT1, they've got a real look of that as well about them. Big cabin window at the front, so absolutely not based on something like the Toyota TS050 or the Ferrari, which is currently obviously the WEC, but certainly not GT3 either, really. Oh, good news for us is our food's arrived. So the runners in this one. Let's read them out again. I was busy talking to the man who's bringing the food over. So it's Umberto Gentile, Valera Messina, Eduardo Ripetti, of course, is well known in the large-scale world, Daniel Shepis, Davide Stefanazini, Nicola Moroni, Constantino, Riccardo Coca, Jason Noonan, and Stephen O'Connor. Those two people didn't sound very Italian. They're Irish. Two of our Irish contingents in 8 and 9, Jason Noonan and Stephen O'Connor. Why is Frank learning Italian, says Keenan. I don't know why Frank's learning Italian. Frank, can you tell Keenan why you're learning Italian, please? Kind of like, you tell me this and I'll tell you that. And if Matt's listening, the pasta's turned up. Matt's not listening, the pasta's still turned up, but you know, what can you do? So let's see if we can find a virtual follow someone. That's that white car. It's always a risk with a white car, but I'll give it a go. Down the straight he comes, into this camera, and I can then strain slightly and find out that is car number 9. That is one of our Irish drivers, Stephen O'Connor, in the white machine. There he is. Currently on a 55 fastest through laps, but I expect that will dramatically improve this time round by a second. Nope, that isn't going to help. Oh, that isn't him, that's all right. But I thought that was going to help. That was a grey car, not a white car. Comes down a bit each time. Eduardo Ripetti, as you can see, we know quite well, is doing pretty well. I want to say he's European champion, but I might be wrong actually about that, so I'm going to hold my powder dry on that statement. Keenan wants to visit Italia. I'm sure someone will invite you over. There must be some events you can come to in Italy. Keenan. please. No, it's Frank says he wants to. Oh, right. Frank says he wants to visit Italy. Not Keenan said he wants to visit Italy. That's fine. So Frank's the one who wants to go to Italy, and it's a great way to keep the mind active and learn about lots of people. I thought so. Thank you, Frank. I thought Edoardo Repetti was the European champion in large-scale touring car, but I was second-guessing myself there. Second-guessing myself. Number 6. Where is number 6? I'll see if I can find it. It's more difficult in this situation at the moment. But I'll be covering all these people close up. Here he is. He's the bright yellow car there. That is Repetti. One of our current reigning European champions. Large-scale touring car. Did you know the large-scale touring car fraternity have kind of embraced this class as well? I think it's the similarity of the tyres, but it's genuine, real, old, proper rubber tyres. No real gain. I think there's a certain point where the tyres go off a little bit and go down to 47.2 for 3 laps. Mind you, the best on the electric was 45. Well, he pulled the pits then. Yeah, still a bit of pit work going on, but tuning up. Number 8 there's fueling up, which something he won't be allowed to do in qualifying. So Connor and Noonan, 2 Irish lads at the bottom currently qualifying. The Italians towards the top of this what's qualifying as it's timed practice. MCD have announced a GT8 car. Yeah, I saw that. So class is definitely getting a bit of a growth spurt. I can just smell my pasta, but I can't get to my pasta. It's like tempting, but just out of reach. Like a lottery win. That's a very pretty car, isn't it? There's lots of colours on that one. Whose is it? This one here, one with the green and every other colour going as well. Right, so I'll tell you who this car is in a second. Luckily, I can mostly read the numbers. Car 5. That's Gentile. That striking green machine. In fairness, at the moment, the best way of seeing it is on this baby. But we'll have some tight close-ups later. Repetti's only halfway through the heat, so I'm not sure how Randy did the initial one, so he's not as fast anymore. He's fastest again up to 46.8, so that's the fastest we've seen with 3 laps consecutively from Repetti. Oops, some marshalling being done there. I wonder who that was. The marshal's in between our 2 cameras. We can't see who it is. I can hear it, but I can't see it. It's a marshalling nightmare. Oh, there we go. It's that car there just revving itself into the pits. There it goes. Rostron, ready to change over the next heat. No, number 8's had enough. They've ordered enough, really. So it's time to put on the exciting background music. Nope, not on that page. Just time to thank our sponsors. Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor, S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shippers Model, X-Ray and EFRA. So back up now for Heat 8, which is actually Heat 4 of IC. Who's running in this one, I hear you ask? Oh, that's true. Alessandro Grassa, Emanuele Silvestri, Stefano Secarolio, sorry that. I must get that name again. Mario Quartuccio, Claudio Rossi, Christian Delgado, Gerardo Russo, Antonio Santana. So we've got a couple of Spaniards and 7 Italians. Let's continue the conversation regarding the popularity of great popularity GT8. Lefty saying, yep, great, it's growing and pretty popular in Latin America. They've got a big race in the Dominican Republic in a couple of weeks, with drivers from all over Latin America attending. 1/5 is popular too. Then Frank says he'd love to get into GT8 racing, and we have to make sure we try the arancino, by the way. Frank's giving us food advice. Frank's told us we've got to eat the arancino. Hang on, I'll press COM2 and you can comment on the arancino. Here is, for the first time this broadcast, Matt McCallum. Welcome, Matt.
That's not the first time it's broadcast at all. I was here from the off.
No, but you haven't said anything.
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have.
Well, not
Should we do a replay?
What, from the start of the programme?
It was quite memorable.
Yeah, probably was. I've forgotten it already. That's how
I
memorable it
know.
was.
That's what worries me.
Yeah. No, it's old age. It's fine. You have to try the arancino. Frank's told you.
Arancini or arancino.
Well, he spelled it arancino.
Is it different depending on whether you are a male or a female?
A male arancino or a female arancini, yes. It's a good point, that. It could be either.
Could be that. We've not had any limoncello yet.
No. We've had lemonade.
A kind of a slushy, but there was no cello in it, just lemon. It was devoid of cellos.
It was cello free. There were no stringed instruments in it at all.
No.
Cellos, violas, violins, double basses, or nothing.
Just lemons.
Just lemons, yeah. There's actually some bits at the bottom as well. It's quite nice. It's quite very lemony.
But as you know, when life gives you lemons, you make limoncello. Well, when life gives you lemons and cellos, you could make limoncello.
Or you could form yourself your own string quartet and
could.
have some lemons. If life gives you lemons, it's fine because there's loads of things you can do with lemons. It's not like that's not a great quote. It's really if life gives you something really useless. If life gives you an old stained mattress, make what out of that? That'd be way more kind of motivational. Okay? Life gives you an old stained mattress, make a low cost motel out of it or something. That's great.
When life gives you some random screw bits from an IKEA flat pack furniture which is long gone.
Make a
lemonade.
It'd be quite chewy, wouldn't it? Here we go.
What a wonderful shot this is. And the thing is, you
go chuck it away, won't you?
It is. This is exactly how it looks. It's not a rose tinted camera lens. It is very beautiful here.
It is.
Very lucky to be here. We are. Thank you to EFRA and AMSCI, of course, the Italian Federation. And it's great to be working with Senesi for the first time. Oh, Nick's got something to say.
No,
silence on set.
I was just saying that Frank has added to the arancino argument.
Right. What's he's added? Clarity.
In Palermo is arancina.
Please do accents. It's really good.
Do not. And then he's put the do not in capitals. Yeah. Call it that on the east coast of Sicily.
Blimey, that's an incredible faux pas, I guess.
Luckily, are we on the east? Do you know? I genuinely don't know where we are in Sicily.
West side.
West side. Okay, it's West Side Story.
No, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, you don't know.
I don't know.
I know we're in Sicily. Oh, single is arancino, multiple is arancini. So I missed out some extra explanation from Frank about the whole situation.
Speaking of faux pas, I'm not sure if I've been saying thank you incorrectly. Because...
How do you say thank you incorrectly?
How do you say thank you?
Thank you.
In Italian.
Grazie?
Yeah, there you go. So
grazie mille, isn't it?
Grazie. But then some people say grazie.
That's a magazine.
Grazie and
Grazie is a fashion magazine.
And I'm not sure if you say one depending on the sex of the person that says it or the person you're saying it to. Like in Portuguese, you have obrigada and obrigado.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they're based on the gender of the person you're talking to or the person who says it. I forgot.
I didn't know. Anyway. So therefore, I've been insulting 50% of the people I'm saying thank you to.
Maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure. This is how uneducated, deeply uneducated we are.
In the
listeners,
nuances of
in many things.
Well, no. The thing you have in my defence or our defence, not only we are British, which means we're rubbish at learning languages, but English doesn't have any sort of element of sex about it, so, male or female. To it, British for about 100 years had no element of sex about it of any sort. But no, it doesn't have any element of male or female. It's not le and la as it is in French. We don't have that sort of thing. We are
yeah. French is the language of love, isn't it?
It is. It is.
So yeah.
Well, I think you're going to try and chat me up then.
No.
That's disappointing. So this heat is slower than the previous heat by quite a significant amount. We had 46s, didn't we? High 46s as the 3 laps of the previous heat. This heat, as it ends, which is good news for me, gives me a chance to eat more of my pesto.
So tasty.
So I need to go to there, first of all. Then I need to go to there. No, to there. I need to do that. And then you're going to carry on talking?
This is
on your own or
wobbly shots. The time that you cut to this shot is possibly the worst time.
Well, you know me.
There you have your positions after heat 8. This is the final round of timed practice. And then we're into qualifying after lunch. Shortened lunch, it's only 3.5 hours. And so, yeah, we'll have a brief lunch break. We've already eaten our lunch, but, you know. And then we'll be back and we'll be out fighting against the clock to get those all-important places on the grid. No Super Pole. Super Pole is dead. Long live Super Pole. So that changes how things stack up slightly. You would expect that I would now tell you how it changes it, but I don't know. So I'm not going to know. And Nick is writing in the air with a finger. So
there's a last chance.
There is a last chance. But how that? Do we have any direct qualifiers into the final anymore? We do, yes, because we have a practice. So yeah, you don't know. We do. I think we still have 2. We're going to get you that information. People will be screaming at their YouTube player right now with the correct answers. Here's Heat 9 on your screen. Lots of Italian drivers with some Irish, Greek and French. Thank you to Senesi Motorsport for being our title sponsor, and S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shepis Model, and of course X-Ray. And we're very pleased to be racing with X-Ray all season apart from large scale, which is fantastic news.
All season X-Ray. We're up and running.
So how many heats have we got left of practice?
3.
This is 9.
9, 10 and 11.
Right.
Fastest so far is Eduardo Repenti, who was weirdly in Heat 3. Don't know why. Crispino Ficciello is the fastest one on this one so far. You see what I'm looking at this chat. Things could have gone crazy. Is this a spec tyre? Yep, it is a spec tyre event. Yep, control tyre. It's the Shepis tyre, isn't it? The control tyre.
It is.
They're all heavily managed by Jackie. So Jackie's looking after that, make sure which is as safe as ever. Jerry Franks, he's pretty sure it's just Grazzi. There's no male or female here. Any top name drivers here from the off-road world? No, not that I know of. There are different elements of on-road guys, but I can't think of any off-road guys here. Not certainly the people who you would normally associate. We have had historically Davide Ongaro at this class, but he is very busy doing his major stuff, which is off-road. Isidora Plantania says salve a tutte, un grande in bocca al lupo a tutti il team Britannia, which probably means come on Italian. And Carlo too says go Ireland, and someone in Greek says something in Greek, but it's actually in Greek, so I can't read Greek. But I'm assuming he's saying something Greek. Yay, go Greece. Oh, it's exotic. So 48 now from Fischerler. The grey car there is the 4 machine. One of our Irish friends. Hello everyone, good luck to all the Italian teams. You see, look, Frank's is now translating Italian. Good luck. Hello everyone, good luck to all the Italian teams, what Isidoro said. Oh, there you see. Ongaro and a Gina chassis last year, okay. Well, he's not here this year, but thank you for that. More chassis being announced for this class, which obviously proves that more people are taking part in it, because they're only announcing them because they can sell them. Giovanni has just posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 strong arms. Some bicep. What is that emoji officially? Because you're an emoji king. Why do you use the bicep emoji? What's that about? What's the bicep emoji about? Being tough. I don't know. Gabriel Push Bambino. Oh. Well, the Reese says thank you to Isadora. Yeah, it's going to get a lot better after lunch because we're going to have a moving camera. And don't forget, there's many things you can do to support RC Racing TV. First of all, subscribe, that's a key thing, and like the page on Facebook. Then you become an RCTV hero. It's details about how to become a hero. I'm not sure what's the. Perhaps you need to ask what's the hero benefits this year. What are heroes getting this year? Oh yeah, yes, you can sticker pack, follow request. Sorry, missed the third one. Discount on the merch. And we've advanced. Right, I've got this now. I'm back on board again. Right, so become an RCTV hero. You get, in no particular order, a sticker pack. Dun dun dun. You get follow requests where you can actually ask us to follow a particular car, and if we can, we will. Not in finals though. And you get a discount on merch. Fantastic. But more importantly, you also get unique content and other content that's not unique. You get to see early. You become, basically, all your friends are going to be so in awe of your RCTV based, RC based everything that you are going to sit there and people are going to go, wow, they are amazing. And we'll go, well, yes, but I am an RCTV hero. Thank you very much. What is the RCTV future schedule, says Jensen Collins. We just did that, but I wasn't pretty accurate. I can tell you next weekend we are at the e-buggy. Then 2 weekends after that, we are doing 1/10 IC track in Thonville. And then after that, in early August, is early August to Chile? Is early July? What's happening in July? You got the calendar? You turn COM 2 on, not yet. He's putting on his head. This is for official Matt McCallum based situational advice on this. Is he ready? I got thumbs up. Bang. Tell us, Matt.
Hello. So, here's your menu of action. Next weekend, ETS Round 1, Season 17 Round 1 from Apeldoorn, the Netherlands. Plus the e-buggy Euros in Montpellier with Nick Damon.
Right.
And then, as you say, we've got a week off. And then the following week is the 10th IC Euros from France. Still looking for a commentator for that one. And then the weekend after that, I'm at Glastonbury. And then the weekend after that, it is the 1/8 Nitro B Euros from Sachs in Spain. Then there's a week off. And then it's ETS Season 17 Round 2 from Aigen, Austria. Then the following week, it's a double header, large-scale off-road Euros from Brest in France. At the same time, we'll have the Nitro Buggy Euros from Sicily, back in Italy again. Following weekend, large-scale touring car Euros from La Stalla. It's lovely to hear you eating, Nick. And then there's 2 weeks off. Hey, just me gets to hear it. It's great. It's the electric touring car Euros, late August, penultimate weekend of August from Belgium. And that finishes on the Saturday, and then it's Hearts on the Sunday and the Monday. The Hearts GP, because it's the bank holiday. And then there's a couple of weeks off. And then we have the Worlds from Redovan. And then the following week we have the 1/8 IC Track Euros from Locaratondo in Italy. And then it keeps coming, the 10th Buggy Euros from Malmo. And then we're done. We're not done now. We've got that's on my calendar. Buggyland is a recent addition, well, a recent confirmation. But yeah, then we'll be at Buggyland second weekend of October, first weekend of October at Buggyland. And then I know what I'll be watching. I will be watching our friends over in Australia with their coverage of the large-scale touring car worlds from Sydney. And then I'll be watching our friends from America covering the 1/10 IC touring car worlds from Costa Rica.
Oh, live RCD, aren't they?
No, I don't believe so.
So who's doing it?
I don't know. I can't say. I don't know if it's 100% confirmed.
Okay.
So it's anyone's guess.
Going Costa Rica.
Is that an Italian saying Costa Rica?
I don't know. It's just kind of like a
Just generic accent.
generic accent. Well, you know, you need generic accents occasionally. Right. So that's what we're doing in the next. So
Okay.
basically, from now until
Kingdom
the
Come.
first week of October, there's a more than 50% chance there's a meeting on. Can I just ask, I'm going to have to ask this question, which is probably not very politically correct here. Why on earth they put the large-scale off-road the same day as the same weekend as the 1/8? Because those are two quite big events, and they're completely clashing with each other.
Yeah.
And
Some of the teams are losing their best drivers because they're opting to go to
Sicily. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you ask. I'll let you ask them. Also, it's Brest, so you have to drive to get there. It's really not that easy to get to.
So who is going to Brest? Is it me, you, and Ash doing Sicily?
Yeah. Zach, Frank, and Jude are going to go to Brest.
Oh, Jude's going.
Yep. I believe so.
No, because he blanked me for any work, saying he couldn't do things on Saturday. Philly may have pulled rank there, being his father.
Yeah, that, I suppose. But maybe we pay the living wage, so maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know.
Well,
anyway, over to you.
There's going to be words about that, I can tell you.
Come on.
Just lobs in that. Oh yes, so he did mention we are currently short of a commentator for Thionville, and we are taking applications. English is the first language, really. Though possibly it's a very good second language. So that means the whole of the Netherlands can apply. Mrs. Young says, really looking forward to Nitro Touring Car from France and the 1/8 Nitro Euros and Worlds. So much great racing to come. There's a lot of racing to come, in fairness. Fred DuPont says, would be nice if you could share the calendar of all the events you'll be covering. But I'm certain that right now someone somewhere is doing a intensive graphic of everything we're doing. It's not just on Matt's phone, but it's mostly on Matt's phone, in fairness. So Natale Senesi, who is obviously our title sponsor, is in this one. Currently fastest, but his 3-lap average is 47. I don't think we saw 46 this week with Ripetti, so there will be a big sort out. All 10 cars in this one. Nope. Sometimes the time. I apologise for the time being so clunky. It's a problem leaving the timing hut and going to the Wild Wide Web. This has nothing to do with us this time. You know, often it is to do with us, not this time. This is a pink car with some edging. There we are. It's like an edgy pink car. Overtaken down the straight by the yellow car. So I press the wrong button there, which sport everything. Hang on, I made an absolute pig's ear of this. I'm on the wrong page. Is everything correct here? Because I was on the wrong page pressing buttons. Right, that's me getting used to a new kit. So I let myself off this one. Oh, I know what happened. I pressed the wrong button, it changed the pages. There we are. That's the number 9 with the stripes of Leonardo Locascio, I think. This is my finest hour of button pressing, to be honest. Come at the end of this one. A minute or so to go. And then up that will be the final timed practice heat. Before we go into qualifying in about 45 minutes time. Qualifying starts 2:03 local. Hello to Mike Humphreys, how are you? He's enjoying the coverage and can't wait for the large scale off-road in Brest. In France, one of the IC Worlds will be epic, and hot frozen Leon drinks for the win. Hang on. Lefty, how do you have a hot frozen drink? That's confused me. It's easy to do. Nice grey car there. It's confused me to do that. I remember I had a grey car. This is interesting. Grey cars on tarmac. Look, it's can you see? Look how it disappears. It's the car now coming down the main straight here. Looks like blue in that picture. But it's going to come now. Look at this grey car. It's the opposite of the Flory cars, isn't it? It's a car that's just very hard to see for everybody. Car number 10 is our Greek driver, John Kostopoulos. Kostopoulos, yeah, I was right the first time. I've outthought myself on that one. So cold lemon drinks. I think Lefty's typing on a very small screen at the moment. He's very excited about the fact he's going to get a frozen slushy of some sort. So that's the penultimate qualifying heat. Come in again. So that's the penultimate practice heat. Some of the people have been practicing since Monday, so they've had a very long practice time. You get a chance to see all the cars coming in. You'll see how they are by those barn door rear wings. Nothing more air brakes in the wings. 46.2, which I think might be the fastest we've seen. And as Lefty said, Frank showed great dexterity climbing the ladder at Red Event with 4 cups of frozen lemonade in 2022. Well, he's, since then he's been on the fitness kick and an Italian kick, so he'll be able to do it both in a foreign language and much better. Oh, there's Matt in the picture there. Matt in the white. When you see Matt or me, we are all wearing RCTV merch. So don't forget to peruse the fantastic T-shirts, which are both witty, colourful, and support the channel. Hey. Is Matt wearing the pizza? No, Matt's wearing the since 2006 shirt. I like the pizza and beer shirt because that's what it's all about, really. The final runners, riders. These are the people it's not quite the top 10 people who've been put into this one. Rosario Giamina, Andrea Catanzani, Alessio Mazzeo, Gabriele Polosci, Loris Louise, Herfried Poucher, Alex D'Angelo, B.A. Arnaldi, Attilo D'Angelo, Anton Paul Duras. So we've also got European champions here, Alessio Mazzeo and B.A. Arnaldi, but not necessarily in these classes. Okay, so Alessio D'Angelo. So the pink car is the 3 machine of Gabriele Polosci. There he goes. Again, choose the car at the brightest, it's easiest to cover. So just in front of the timing hut there, in front where we are. So we are, I'll show you next time round, where we are positioned here in our quite pleasant hut. Now it's cooling down a little bit. So we are about level there with, you see where between the stripy line and the other line, so between the checker flag line and line, and you keep going off the track by about another 7 or 8 metres, and that's us. We're sitting there in a hut. It's a pretty big hut. It's an edifice more than a hut. Ooh! Probably missed it. I'm just testing this out, actually. Oh, I didn't miss it. There you are. There we are. Bit of replay fun. So hopefully at lunchtime they will manage to fix some of the issues we've got with the timing being a little bit clunky. Light blue car, I wonder who that is. Let's find out. That's the 7, which is Herfried Pouchet, who we spoke to in the opening ceremony show yesterday. It's actually got a green tinge to it, isn't it? That's a light blue car. And behind him is the number 1 machine of Bernard Arnaldi, who has got the much more in a Tiffany blue, as Frank would say. That's Bernard in the light green, being overtaken by someone. I'm sure it was. It's a 4 car. That's Mazzeo, Alessio Mazzeo. So it's Mazzeo in the white machine. Again, not hitting 45, so we do have a situation where electric is faster. Catanzari now has the fastest time. Okay, so after this we've got a brief half-hour break, and then we hit the world of qualifying. Yes. What more could anybody want in the world of qualifying? This is the final heat. It's the final couple of minutes, the final heat. Who's that stripy car there? That's car number 8. Attilio D'Angelo, sorry. Behind him, that yellow car is the 2 of Rosario Giamillo. I think it may have pulled off. Oh, there it is. Okay, last minutes ago. 46.2, top 3 laps. Interesting that Andrea Catanzani's best through is a 46.207. And Alessio Mazzelli's top 3 consecutive course is a 42.247. So they are within 400 of a second over 3 laps together. Next one is a 46.6 from B.A. Arnaldi, 46.7 from Rosario Giamillo. So there'll be a reseed after. I think there'll be a resort after this one. I'm saying quite confident there'll be a resort. I'm not certain there'll be a resort. A couple of cars are definitely in the wrong groups. I'm sure they'll be pushing for it. They will not be looking to not be resorted. Andrea Catanzani, power. So he's just lost the fastest time as that message came in. That's now all finished. Okay, so we are now disappearing for half an hour and back at 2:20 with the start of qualifying. Have a lovely lunch, everybody, and we will see you then. Well, before we go, thanks to Senesi Motorsport, S-Works, Lens Bodies, X-Ray, and Skepsi model. Shepis model, that's it. There we go. Anyway, thanks everybody. See you in a bit.
1, 2, 3.
Hello, everybody. It's 2:20 here in Giardini Naxos, but there appears to be no car action. Not quite sure why that is. I'm not quite sure why Alessio is doing that picture either at the moment, to be honest. Oh, music's back on again. So, there was a team managers meeting during the lunch break, which probably means there's been a row about something and they've had to delay things a little bit before they get going. But there's no particular reason to take a long time. The marshals are getting out there. Those guys you see there, 3 or 4 of the marshals, they're the guys from the top heat in IC. They're now marshalling the electric heat.
5 minutes to start.
Oh, 5 minutes to start. Stuck a delay in.
Hello.
Hello, Matt. You've turned yourself. This is very odd, but you're turning yourself on. You turn the background music on. I'm sitting there going, what's going on?
Yeah, it just sounded a little bit dry.
Oof!
You were just kind of yawning yourself into life. And I just thought, let's just put some thrust underneath it.
Ugh. I've got to have you past the lunch and nothing's happening. I was getting ready to go, woo, yeah, cars! And then there weren't any. So obviously now some non-copyright techno beats what we need.
There's a serious conflab going on the track.
They're saying why
but
we
not a lot else.
Yeah, they did say starting in 5 minutes. I mean, they're starting. It's great when it's quite a long afternoon and they're starting late. That's all I can say. You're on the little microphone, are you? It's quite weird because I'm looking at you through the window, which has got the heat treatment on it. So I'm looking through like a honeycomb.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of.
How
like
do I look?
Well, you look like you're in a bee's nest, in a hive.
Kind of put my sunglasses on.
It isn't going to change that much, but yeah, go for it.
There we go.
It's a slight issue at the moment. The people are using our area as a shortcut to the toilets. We are a toilet shortcut.
Yeah. Maybe we need to make a sign in Italian that says no shortcut to the toilets.
No toiletto accesso.
Exactly. I think that's what we need.
That sort of understanding of foreign languages is why it has made me an international commentary star. When this race gets underway, which is apparently only 4 minutes now, 3 minutes, it's going Riccardo Genovese in 1, Nick Zindevic in 2 from Slovenia, Gerd Pfeiffer from Switzerland in 3, Frederick Militzer from France in 4, Felice Canalia from Italy in 5, Ivan Sinko from Croatia in 6, Tomislav Beregov from Croatia in 7, Severino Alvarino from Switzerland in 8, Vincenzo Frasca from Italy in 9, and Mario Martinic from Croatia in 10. Oh, right, that's a whip hand. Hello. Oh, yeah, you see walking up. And the man with that T-shirt there was the one asking after Frank. So Frank's his mate. Just enjoying this funky music. It's great. Funky, 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 funky music. Oh, no, get me now. Marshals are out and everything. You looking forward to this, Matt? Bit of camera moving action. He's got a Rubik's Cube in his arm. Just drop your phone. Anyway, before we get underway, there's a chance to say we are RC Racing TV. This is the EFRA 1/8 GT and GT Euros from Giardini Naxos in Sicily, which is part of Italy, of course. We are brought to you, obviously, as part from EFRA, and we have our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsport, then S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shippers Models, and X-Ray. Others cars on the track. So I am going to turn the background music off. It's quite a big kind of statement there, because I'm going to press a button. Off. I think you just turned it off before me. I think I was usurped in my turning off the background music there. If I'm getting going now. Back up to the correct page again. And here are your entries, runners and riders. We are 7 minutes and 20 seconds behind already. So there we go down the straight with the orange and black car. That is car number 3. That's good. Pfeiffer, go good. Sporting the RC TV stickers. Swiss legend. Going through the infield section now. And switch back. And down the main straight. Turns left. Into the timing, over the timing line and past the timing hairpin. Down in front of the rostrum. Sharp left, sharp right. And flat out sprinting. No, it's got the kink in it. You're going straight as you want to go. Oh, there's a spin. So of course, only 3 laps rubbish anymore. It's the entirety of the 7-minute run that counts. Oh, car spinning in front. This is probably because you get other traffic in the way of your success. It's like a few banners that they got here. People have gone banner crazy on the back track now. So we're about a minute and a half into this one. So good is going round in sort of 17 and 18 seconds. A bit of traffic now. Scored 3rd overall. Nick Zendelek in 2 is leading. Let's move through. We've gone for 1 car, so that it's like grubby red and orange machine. That's is that a 0 or a 9? That's a bit of a difficult one there. I didn't quite pick up. I thought it was a 9, but it might be the 0. Back with a 5, and that is Felice Canalia. A bit too much curb there for Canalia. Oh, too much corner there for Canalia. Powers onto the main straight. Past the timing line and timing and scoring. A bit of he sort of tails that oversteer, getting the rotation with slippage. Oh, someone's cut the inside of him, or trying to. That's the next high vis. I think I'm pretty sure that's number 2. That's our leader, Nick Zendelek of Slovenia. Trying to avoid an errant machine. A bit in the middle of the track there. It's not quite the fastest route round there. Zendelek fast lap 16.5. We saw like 15.2s. From the top guys. So this is the first time I had to do a lot of traffic. They had 4 heats in time practice. It's been condensed down to 3 heats for qualifying itself. And Derek leading by about 4 seconds, I think, at the moment. Riccardo Genovese who's second. Quite a lot of direction changes, so you're asking quite a lot of the front tyres over the course of a 7-minute run. Obviously heat tends to be the enemy of grip, and it's quite pleasant, it's quite sunny as well. So that tarmac's going to be pretty warm. So Genovese's taken over in the lead now in the number 1 car. Now, of course, you haven't seen an overtake because they all start in different parts of the track, so there hasn't been no one's actually gone past anybody. But Genovese on the catch-up in his very nice flory yellow machine. Don't have any chassis information, unfortunately, within the entry forms. More traffic to get past there, let through quite nicely. So Genovese has a lead of about second. And of course, but don't forget, you're not just racing against the people in this heat, you're racing against the people in the 2 other heats as well for an overall ranking. The overall ranking in the round will give you the points. And the best 3 out of 5 qualifying rounds will put you in your final position. No last chance qualifying, no bump ups in the electric version of this. They simply run 3-legged finals, and where you qualify is the final in, and you done that one, and you run that one 3 times. Best two results to count. That's unfortunate. It's costing a few couple of seconds. That time round was an 18.8. Yeah, so we did in fact lose 2 seconds, that kind of kerfuffle. Just coming up the main straight. This should be the final lap. Certainly is. So Riccardo Genovese is the winner by 2 seconds. He got a 25 in 7:04. Well done, Riccardo. All done in beautiful quiet. So the result should come on your screens in a second. We'll tell you that Riccardo Genovese was first, Nick Zinderek was second, Gerd Pfeiffer third, Frederick Militzer fourth, then it's Tomislav Bregovic, Vincenzo Frasca, Felice Canalia, Mario Martinic, and Severiano Alabarino was eighth, and Ivan Cinco brought up the rear. Getting now for the second of the 3 GTE heats in qualifying 1. So it's Herfrey Pouchet from Austria in 1, Ambrosio Vender in 2, Ede Ramos Castro in 3 in Spain, so it's Austria, Italy, Spain, Sario Alessio Navaria from Italy in 4, Franco Desirio, Italy in 5, Adrian Lecollier from France in 6, Michael Milowicz in 7 from Poland, Domenico Spagnolo from Italy in 8, Francesco Dominin from Italy in 9, and Mark Senkar from Slovenia in 10. Good Pfeiffer drives the Raptor electric car, says Michael Cocker. Thank you very much indeed. Forza Croatia, says Dominic Lejko. Got anything you'd like to talk to us about just come onto the chat. I think any of the chats you can come onto, but certainly the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat, and it will come into my screen, and I'll be able to read things out. Off they go. They've started now. Let's have a look at this exciting. What are we going for? We're going for orange, are we? Nope, we're going for that one. White car with the colourful side pads. Car number 8. Always good to get an early shot of the numbers. These numbers are pretty, obviously show up pretty well if my old eyes can see them. Car number 8 is Domenico Spagnolo. Coming out in front of the rostrum now. And turning right into a little switchback. And then left onto the main straight. Coming up to timing and scoring checker. So we've got the internal hairpin and then he switched back again. So it's a very quick lap. 16 point something. Car 8 did a 17.1 that was. Passes up 16 flat. So there's a real increase in overall pace from some of the guys in this heat. With the bright blue, I think that's number 1 actually. Just confirm that. That is number 1. That is Hairfree Poucher from Austria with the S-Works. So Poucher was the early leader. Got a car parked in the pit lane entrance. Bright yellow. Looks like car number 4, but I'll confirm that in a second. If it is 4, that is Alessio Navaria. It is 4. Navaria last time round. 15.7, so the back times are right down, got 15.3s. So comprehensively the electric cars are a little bit faster than the IC machines. It's that instant torque that does it. Probably in ultimate top speed they're a bit below. Typical rubber tide direction change. Put a lot of lock on to get the initial bite and off it goes. And the sharp ones are running almost maximum lock on it. They can effectively scrub and wash off until it bites and turns the car. Four car currently scored in 3rd. There's half the race gone. Back up with some bright blue action. And that is the one car of Hairfree Poucher. Austria currently leading by about a second from Venda. It's currently going 1, 2, 3, 4. So rather reminiscent of the Monaco Grand Prix last week, where they all finished when they started. Car looks pretty planted, to be honest, as you probably expect from a car that's leading. forecast of 27, which is a couple of laps more than we saw in the first heat. So the switch back onto main straight. You can see from that main straight cam, there's a big black line laid down by the rubber. Quite a few marbles offline, but not quite as many as I expected, guys, because you look at the tyres in the paddock and the pits, they look quite worn. They've got scrapage towards the side. They're going to be shedding large amounts of rubber, but don't forget, this isn't like the first day. These cars have been here, some of the cars have been here since Monday practicing. Making sure stays in the lead. His lead extended. No, it's not actually. I took lights. It's just 7/10 over Ambrosia Vanda. As I was saying, you get to see a profile there on those close-ups from Matt. The shape of the car is much more square from above than most of the other RC classes. Wide track. Down to the last minute and 20 seconds. Let's just choose somebody else, Matt. Oh, colourful. I think that's a 3. It is. That is Hedy Ramos Castro from Spain. But actually, that's actually a full Red Bull livery on the side there he's got. Quite hard to see from the angle of the main camera because obviously it's looking down at it. We get a side on view. I can see the car flashes past me. It is full on Red Bull, or Red Bullish. Come round for the last 20 seconds. Should be the end of the race for him. Just waiting for the catch up, so we've got a little bit of a delay on some of our timing. It was, so the winner with a 27.703 was Herfried Poucher. Second was Ambrosio Venda with a 27.705. Then you have the man we watched just then, which is Evre Ramos Castro, 707. 709, Alessio Navarra. And then you've got Adrian Lecollier, Franco De Sidiario, Domenico Spagnolo, Mark Senka, Francesco Domanin, and Mikhail Milovic are your order. So you can see that 2 of them didn't get the trip, and the others did, and certainly the first few were faster than the previous heat. Right, third heat, which is also the final heat and the top heat of electric. You can see our runners and rise in this one. There's Alessio, I don't know who else is there. Trip up the stairs, one of the drivers. Okay, so it's Filippo Beretta in 1, Alessio Museo in 2, Antonelli Senesi in 3, who are from Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsors. B.A. Arnaldi in 4, Alex D'Angelo in 5, Rosario Giammo in 6, Pietro Loforda in 7, Daniel Shipsis in 8, Raldaz Anton in 9, and Mirko Enget in 10. So 7 Italians, a Frenchman, a Spanish man, and a German, as you can see. So big bright green pleasure machine, but now we're going, here we go. And it's the blue-nosed, orange middle and white-tailed number. It comes around to my sights here. That's number 1. So that is Filippo Beretta, so who will be the fastest in the 3 timed practices. So Filippo through the tighter infield, got a bit of back marker which gets out of the way. That's the 10 of Mirko Engelbert in the green car. A little bit tight that time round into the final hairpin. Doing those heavy braking with a waggling of the tail there. Currently scored 3rd. Still being sorted out. It's currently Natalie Senesi who's leading this one. It's kind of coming and going the whole time. More than a reasonable time. Predicted to go 28, which is a lap faster than the previous one. So looks like they got the ceiling right on this one. Well, that completed. Actually, for the first time, briefly scored in the lead was Filippo. The fastest man. Let's pick up somebody else. Here we go now. Oh, bright orange on the back straight. That is car number 2. So that is Alessia Mazzea. He's gone for a bit of painting by a very famous painter, One Can. So he comes to the internal switch back and then powers onto the back straight. Best lap times down to 14.7s for 2 or 3 of them. So they got about half a second a lap over the best of the Nitro race we saw earlier. So down to 2 minutes 40 to go. Can you find something else, Matt? Coming down the straight, multiple colours. Well, I missed the number there, it's a bit naughty. It's the 5 car of Alex D'Angelo. All these cars looking pretty solidly planted onto the track. They are on new tyres. They haven't got to reuse made of tyres, so they've got 4 sets. for qualifying. There's 5 qualifying rounds. It's not particularly like foam where there's a massive advantage in running them early. Or the slick tyres of touring cars. The drop off isn't as great as long as you haven't melted them, which can happen, of course. By that melting, I mean melting the top surface. Down running second. Score first there, but that doesn't really count because he's a lap ahead. There's about 3 or 4 guys are going to be very, very close at the end with their predicted. People have about 3 or 4 guys picked between 28.7 flat and 28.71 and a bit. And that's B.A. Arnaldi, Daniel Shepish and Alex D'Angelo you're looking at now. Filippo Barretta's fallen off the pace slightly in this one, and this is a top heat, so at the end of this day this will be the first few qualifiers, or the first few points, high point scorers. Well, actually they're low point scorers, isn't it? Well, they're high point scorers. You can never tell whether they're going to do 160 and down or 1 and up. We'll find out. I think qualifying is high points, and then in the race it's low points, isn't it? So there is the end of that one. It was Daniel Shepish who picked that up in the end with a 28.7.917. B.A. Arnaldi was second with a 28.7012, 3 tenths behind. Then 7.14, 2 tenths behind that was Alex D'Angelo. Filippo Barretta was back another second and a half. And then Rosario Gimio, Pietro Lucafora, Mirko Engelhardt. Alessio Mazzeo didn't get the trip in the end, missed the final lap. I don't think he'd have been... Probably would still only have been, perhaps he might have come 6th. So he's lost a few points there. 6th place, Raldaras Anton and Natalie Senesi. So we're about to switch codes and up the noise level. As here is going to come the Nitro cars, 1/10 nitros, 1/8 nitros, sorry. Very similar looking machines with very different sound and a bit slower as well. But they're on the same tyres. The crackling to life of the IC engine. Hello to Ariera number 83. Just hello to us. Hello to you. Just waiting for the Masters to come out. I'm waiting for the changing of the guard as far as timing is concerned. Still got the same results up at the moment as far as who's in. So just waiting to, I think because it's a separate event, they actually switch over slightly. There's charts there. Thank you to S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shepish Model and X-Ray, and of course the Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor. And really thank you to EFRA as well. So RCTV. Okay, so it's Massimo Fabiani in 1, Geraldo Russo in 2, Stephen O'Connor in 3, Bruno Barbosa in 4. Now, you see Barbosa is actually from Ireland, because he sounds like he could be from Italy. Claudio Rossi in 5. Svetic Sanjin in 6th. Emmanuel Greco in 7. Angelo Vicini in 8th. And John Kostopoulos in 9th. So pretty much international. There are a lot of Italians, but you've got two Irish drivers, a Croatian and a Greek in here as well. As they rev away, waiting to get ready to do a couple of laps before it starts. And it's a kind of a clumping effect on the track of some of them. There are your runners and riders as well. Quite a few people have gone for the single colour fluoro body. I can see 2 oranges out there. I can see a light green. I can see a purple. I can see another light green. Has anyone got a particular paint scheme? I see one car with a real paint scheme. The rest, there's 2 cars with a paint scheme. The rest gone out with the one can bodies effectively. It's fair enough. It's noticeable most of the drivers have got several bodies painted up and ready in the pit. So obviously it must be quite or potentially a difficult class on bodies. These are quite heavy things. They're going quite fast, so I imagine an accident, there's quite a lot of Lexan damage. So there's about a minute before they get going. As always with IC events, there's these big countdowns before we actually start. But one thing I'm going to count down is the weather. The weather's doing very well indeed. Okay, half minute to go before this rolls off the truck effectively. Cars come back for extra fuel because they have to run 7 minutes, so they will cross the line quite soon, and when they cross the line, that's when their time starts. So several of them now are on their first lap. We've lost to mean that all 9 cars have started. The early leader is Stephen O'Connor. They haven't all completed a lap yet. So the lap times there, 18s, 17s, 18s. When we get to finals day, the electric machines are simply doing 3-legged A, B and C finals, whereas the IC machines here get a Christmas tree situation, starting with a couple of the finals actually on Friday evening, and then the rest of it obviously on Saturday. So, pink machine there, it's got right snaking issues there, isn't it? So the mauve and pink car, which is the 8 car of Angelo Bicini, was actually leading prior to that lap. He looked to have a right old issue getting the power down. There he goes. He's circumspecting his run in, staying narrow, but telltale plume of blue smoke telling us this is an IC car as he puts the power down. So an interesting engine, sort of a hybrid between a buggy engine and an out-and-out 8-star track car. The 8-star track engine, you can put them in there, they'll fit, they'll run, but they'll be no good because this is a minimum 7-minute run time. So actually you actually have to get about 7.5 in the heats because you're doing a lap or so elsewhere. And the IC engines pushing a lighter, more race-focused car for the 8th tracks, struggle to get 4.5 minutes. Now, as we all know, a lot of the buggies will get 10 minutes. They're all 0.21 engines, which is 3.5 cc's, but they're tuned in different ways. And we're now looking at the orange car. I'll tell you this in a second. I think it might be the one, actually. So you can't always see, but so they're tuned in different ways. So they are the same concept, which is a 2-stroke nitromethane and castor oil or equivalent. It's the one indeed of Massimo Fabiani. But how you tune them and how hard you run them affects these a lot. So you've got at one end, you've got a really torquey engine, which they use for 1/8 nitro off-road, which can run a minimum easily on 8 minutes, perhaps even 10 minutes off-road. Of course, you're not on the throttle the whole time, but it is a much, much heavier vehicle. Then at the other end, you've got the engine that are tuned for power, which are the 1/8 foam-tired machines. And then in the middle, you have these, which need to run 7.5 minutes, but are a track base. They need to have plenty of power. And that's an interesting sort of halfway house. All three of them need to have the three of those sort of 0.21 engines need to be powerful as possible. But then you've got run time and torque and everything else important. And even power deliveries, the number 2 car, by the way, of the current leader, Geraldo Russo. And of course, power delivery is important as well, because it's like, do you want a soft power delivery? Do you want a sharp power delivery? I mean, you can do that beyond the engine tunes. Also, how you adjust the clutch as well will affect that. But I mean, the thing that is undeniable, and is obviously a very good situation, is that modern 2-stroke engines are significantly, and by I mean night and day, more reliable than their predecessors from 15, 20 years ago. And the reason, if you think about road cars as well, it's just the improvement in manufacturing processes, which means that a 2-litre car now can produce 280 horsepower. Just an ordinary cooking 2-litre, slightly tuned up road car will produce 280 horsepower easily, which was more than the performance Ferraris of the mid-70s. The Ferrari Dino, the Ferrari 308 didn't have 280 horsepower. A road car would have had 110, 120 as a 2-litre. I mean, it's not, it's down to electronic controls, of course, but it's also down to the fact that just things are made better. You get the tolerances down. I mean, they used to take a lot. Used to take to a manufacturer, you used to blueprint an engine. So they'd make sure everything was super in tolerance and balanced, and that's what they used to do with racing engines. They blueprint a racing engine so it was perfectly balanced and all the bits were completely as close as they could be. But that was down to the limits that they could do then, which would be a human eye and a micrometer. You stick these things in a milling machine, and you can get, and every single one of them, a computerized milling machine, will be within 1,000th of an inch or 100th of a millimeter. And once you build something that's so structurally good with such limited elements for stress and strain, I mean, things do break, but it's just so much less likely, and they are just so much more reliable and so more consistent. And there's nothing more you really need to do. You think about the advances in Formula One in 1968. They brought out the Ford Cosworth DFE, which was the ultimate blueprinted racing engine, the best that they could do back then as we switch cars again. We're going to... car is that? The second one of those two. It's a multiple-coloured car. It's car number 4. And that is the car of Bruno Barbosa. But you look at the Cosworth, in its first iteration in 68, was pulling about 425 to 440 horsepower. And there were good ones and bad ones. You stick 8, you build 8 as well as you could, and there'd be 15, 20 horsepower between them. Fast forward to the end of the 3-litre era. So don't forget, it's a 3-litre engine. You come to fast forward to the end of the 3-litre era, which is 2000 and... I'm trying to think when that was actually. 3 litres ran to about 2003, 2004. So they went down to V8s. Yeah, I think so. Might be, anyway, that sort of time. And they were pulling 850 horsepower. And they were being reined back at that point. 850, 900 horsepower. And now, there's a 1.6 turbo in the back of F1 cars, which are horrendously regulated. And they're still doing 1,000 horsepower. So, and that has been obviously from developments in electronics as well, because that again keeps things everything under control. So it means you actually can control the explosions better, you control what's going on. But it's also just down to manufacturing process. Yes, we've learned some stuff, but these guys knew a lot before. It's just the ability to manufacture. That's absolutely come its way into radio control car racing. I started racing in the 80s. You know, glass fibre was the best you could get for a chassis plate, and you'd strengthen it up and perhaps some moulded plastic, and obviously the RC10 was a metal tub. You know, and carbon fibre was unbelievably exotic, but it slowly came in. So that run was won by Gerardo Rosso, the 25. And then you have carbon fibre, you have titanium. The quality of the products gets better, the quality of those, the quality of the carbon fibre improves, the cost goes down. And we're all driving stuff now in the scale world that is so much better, more reliable, better built, stiffer than everything else. And therefore more raceable. Okay, heat number 5, isn't it? Yeah, but it's heat 2 of the ICs. Christian Delgado in 1, Gilles de Wilder in 2, Alexandros Hyperlogu in 3, Fabio Quadarella in 4, Jason Newman in 5, Marcello Aldaria in 6, Leonardo La Castillo in 7, Giuseppe Lizzo in 8, and Fabio Calangardi in 9. Okay, with a whole 3-minute warm-up here, which is, I think, mostly overkill, to be honest, but there we go. We're doing some races at the weekend, some IC races at the weekend, but they're like a lap warm-up, and do you know what, they all worked, everything was fine. But an extra couple of laps obviously never hurt anybody. There's Leonardo La Castillo with his little mini straight line beard. Warm up continuing. Now the countdown begins, which means I have to so they get underway now. Let's wait for the first couple of laps to get scored in. Tell things right, everyone's Sitting there, starter box is quite happy. Big change in the timing screen as it ticks around. Still a little bit hit and miss on the exact time between each update. Looking now at this red machine with a bit of blue tail. It's car number 2. That is Gilles de Valde of France. Well, they've got the France tricolor cut. Oh dear, no, don't want to do that. See if we can get a replay, shall we? It's our first replay of the day. It wasn't a major mistake. I just want to get a replay in. Oh, yep. Oh dear, yeah. I'm sure. I wasn't. Well, the tyres warmed up, but obviously they are because they've done 3 laps. If we stuck with that car, which is the 9, so that's the 9 with us now, and that is Fabio Calagarari. Spurts in the power, smoke comes out. Through the inner loop and now through a switch back to that white car in front of him. Oh, not anymore. So quite a few of these cars a bit tail happy. Not totally sure why. So kind of Fabio here scored 5th. Not sure who's behind him, but that's getting closer. I think that's our friend before, isn't it? And that's somebody else. So behind him in the orangey car. Just waiting to come in front of me so I can read the number. That is the one of our leader, Christian Delgado, and he's now sniffing around the back. Caligari, who scored second? So second and first there. Actually, now it's led by Fabio Quadrella, but there's 2 of the top 3 there. Oh, yeah, that wasn't quite so good. Delgado a bit of a stumble there coming out the corner. Running 17s and high 16s. Put the power down, it will wobble as it, well, weave, I suppose, 2 wheels, as it came out. Yeah, I don't think the number 9 being there is helping in any way. Delgado, he's not losing a lot of time because luckily the number 9 is quite quick as well. But kind of feel he might be a tad unsighted in some way. Oh, that doesn't help. That's a cut with a second loss there. That's probably the frustration trying to get past. So to try and go tight, and that didn't do any good at all. Actually, didn't really lose a lot of time doing that, to be honest. About half a second, is that? That's 3/10. So you now know you can come over this bit, you don't lose too much. Half the race down, half to go. It's kind of a, in that infield section there, it's usually Delgado did a very definite left-right curve round rather than just lining up. The section I'm talking about is coming up in a couple of corners now. So you come round here, you turn right, then you just line it up and power it. I think there is a straight line through there. Sometimes there are straight lines in tracks, but because they kind of have that situation you can see there where they're kind of between 2 corners, you psychologically end up moving, and they don't need to, because you could go and straight line that, but you kind of just psychologically move a bit left, steer a bit left and a bit right. Because your brain says, no, you need to do that, you won't get through the gap. You went hard on that white car. White car was the 8 machine of Giuseppe Lizzo. On a Naxos track here, absolutely bathed. But it's not. Luckily, it's not bright sun. There's a very small smattering of clouds. It's just taking the ultimate edge off the heat, which is great because the ultimate edge on the heat would be a bit painful. To be honest, if you get too hot. Now he gets past finally the 9, who I think actually himself got slightly confused by another car, possibly that bronze machine ahead of them. Was it gold? I think it's gold actually. So we've got a gold car, which amusingly is the name of one of the rental firms around here. But it's not a rental car. So the gold machine is the 6th, and that is Altavia, Marcello Altavia. So he's certainly not shy on retiring with his car colour choice. It's a bit more, it's not really gold. I mean, I'm looking in the flesh now, and it's actually much more. If you ever remember the 1996 Jordan, which was sponsored by one cigarette company, it had this sort of gold look to it before Jordan went yellow, and that's absolutely the colour it is. It's the car which Martin Brundle spectacularly rolled into a million pieces at the first race of the year in Melbourne in '96. And I'm talking about that like everyone should know it. I just kind of realised that is actually 28 years ago. So there's a vast majority of the people at this event who weren't born here, weren't born yet then. But it seems like yesterday to me, 28 years ago. There's a car parked over there. That's a breakdown rather than a crash. Delgado, who we saw earlier, leading this one comprehensively. Sort of letting them through, a bit of traffic work there, down to the last few seconds. And actually a leader there, behind the gold machine. I think he's got one more to go. Has he done it? No, he's finished. Okay. It's all finished. And the 25.706, it was Christian Delgado from Spain, sorry. And then Fabio Calagari, Fabio Quadrella. Leonardo Le Castillo. Marcello Altavia. Gilles Ziwala, Alexandru Piper Oglu, and Giuseppe Lizio and Jason Noonan didn't get the trip, so unfortunately bad luck for the Irish driver. Had a problem during the that car was parked up at the side. Quite liking the funky music. Yeah, probably shouldn't do that, get in trouble. Well, not breaking copyright, obviously. Hello to Farid Ben Mohammed, sorry, and X-Master 1990. Oh, you might remember 1996 car F1. What's up, guys? Greetings from Germany. Thanks, X-Master. How you doing? Okay, next heat will be Salvatore Parello in 1, and then Graham Lougheed in 2, Nicholas Florito in 3, Marco Quaticchio in 4, Emmanuel Silvestri Daniel in 5, Jose Anton Morgana in 6, Danilo Cutulio in 7, Matteo Barbera in 8, and Rosario Pavia in 9. So 7 Italians, a Spaniard, and a racer from the Republic of Ireland. Are your runners in rise this one? There they all are, including their flags of their nations. So you got the 3-minute countdown. Quite a bit of work, as you can see, going on there on the pit lane. They've released all the cars, but of course they'll come back for a top up before the end. There's Dan, EFRA rep, on the right hand side. Just give you a bit of local information. Obviously, I'm sure you want to hear it. So currently, the air temperature here is 23. It has been 24 apparently. So it's holding at 23, which is 4 degrees more than it would normally be this time of year. Bit of wind, slight gustiness, no rain expected. It's the humidity, very low humidity, so really quite pleasant at the moment. So the countdown coming to an end. Need to get running. Cars up and away. Oh, it's bright yellow we're going for first here. Little red wingtips as well, I say. That's posh. But I think the red wingtips are a really good idea, and I'll tell you why. Actually, I won't tell you why, because he hasn't got a number on his car. That is very naughty. There is no number on that car that I can see. It might be on the nose, but certainly on the wing side that I can see, I can't see a number. No, so we've no idea who that is. I think it might be Marco Quattroruccio, just because the number of laps he's completed. Anyway, whoever it is, oh no, he's got a number on his windscreen, and that's it. And I can't see that. Gonna need some super tight close-up action wherever he is. He's the one, isn't it? That is the one. That is Salvatore Parella, who needs to do us all a favour and get himself some numbers on his car. Now, red wingtips, Nick, what do you say? Well, a lot of people just leave their wings clear, or they haven't painted the same colour as the rest of the body shell. Well, the advantage of having a different colour or something on the rear wingtips is it gives you a fantastic visual clue of what the rear end of the car is doing. It's the furthest point back, and it's the furthest point to the side, so it will accentuate any slight movement you'll see more likely to see. And it just gives you a much better idea of what the car's doing. Certainly, I always advocate putting these, issue on 12 cars. I always have stickers right at the far end, because I'm not going to paint it differently, because it's far too different. I'd have a sticker on the tail at that point, just to give you a better idea visually of how it was moving. I thought it was a good idea. The fact that top rows lets him bother about probably isn't, but it worked for me, at least psychologically. So Parello goes to the top, despite not having enough number. Oh, whoa, whoa, that got very oversteery. So he comes in, powers it on, and it's just gone. I mean, he drives it well and probably doesn't lose too much time. But just the rear let go, and he gave it more gas than it needed, and he's round again. And that last lap for him was no... Oh, no, he did lose a bit of time. That's about 4/10. Didn't look like it, did it, visually, but he did lose about 4/10 in that lap. So, a couple of minutes in, let's find somebody else, Matt. Oh, that's a colourful machine. Coming down in front of me now, and that is the 9 machine of Rosario Pavia, in the 9. Very briefly scores the lead there before it shuffled him back down again. Running 16.6 that time. Through the switchback. That hairpin that really isn't a hairpin because the way you enter it. Something quite tight. I'm not sure it's the fastest way in that first part of the internal pair. Again, there's quite a bit of over-rotation in a number of these cars. Over-rotation is when effectively the tail moves around. You get more steering than you want. So you put a steering angle into the car. It turns, but then it over-rotates. Now the over-rotation is because the rear's letting go, not because you've suddenly got the steering angle's wrong. I mean, it can be because you've suddenly got a lot more steering grip. I'll just show you, I think it's some over-rotation here actually. So he comes in, a bit late on that unfortunately, you can see he's already over-rotating. And again, now what the reason that's continued to do, there's two reasons why he's continued to do it. One is he's probably getting a bit too much power out of frustration. Secondly, with rubber tyres, if you start sliding them, you'll overheat them. And once you start overheating them, the grip goes down. So it's kind of a vicious circle, really. But back on fine now. To get off it, you just have to come back a bit. Just tone it back a few degrees. Doesn't necessarily make the car slower. You might feel it's a lot slower. Doesn't necessarily mean it is. So 2 and a bit minutes to go. Give us another one at Matt. Oh, we've got yellow with stripes. So we're going with yellow with stripes. That's a 7 machine. I'm sure that just flatters 7. That's Damiano Cutulio. Actually bothered to paint his body properly with several colours and a scheme. It's different on both sides actually. It's got more red at the bottom of it on the left hand side and the right hand side, but possibly because of what you trim off due to the requirements for exhaust, etc. This one also looks a tiny bit edgy as well. You see those 2 bites here. This is probably, as they've had plenty of time to set these cars up, this is more than likely down to changing tarmac conditions, coupled with the fact this is the first round of qualifying, so naturally people are giving it a bit more. I think he just chopped the nose of one of the other cars actually. Oh, there we are. Again, this that's just letting go. That's not so much over rotation, it's just letting go. So he comes in the straight, turns in, and what happened was there, I'll tell you exactly what he did there. He was a bit wide, he spooked the second guy. He was a bit wide going in, and therefore he went, a bit wide, so I need to give it more steering to cut it back in again. And then cut it back in again, there just wasn't the rear grip, so it just went round. So he's drifted wide down the straight, think, I'll cut it back in again, so I'm not only the amount of steering I need for the corner, but also extra steering to get the car back into the middle of the track, and in doing that, it just flipped round. I'd like to point out, this is all advice. This is all me observation stuff that I have done wrong myself on a myriad of occasions. So you can see now barn door rear wings, because they are a little bit, as a design or as a concept at the moment, a bit loose at the rear. Or more likely, the fastest way of getting these cars around the track is have them loose at the rear, and then you have to try and live with it. On the whole, a car merging towards oversteer is quicker than a car that has an element of understeer. Oversteer is where it steers more than you want it to. Well, I think what someone said, if you hit the wall with the front of the car, you've got understeer. If you hit the wall with the back of the car, you've got oversteer. That's the easiest way to describe that. Okay, so it's Marco Quattadiccio who won that one from Rosario Pavia. 25.706 was the winning time. 7.05, sorry. And then you've got Graham Lockie in third, Matteo Barbera in fourth, Damiano Cutulio in fifth. Sixth place was Salvatore Perello. Seventh place was Nikos Figueroa. Emmanuel Silvestre Daniel was eighth, and Jose Anton Morga was ninth. 25.7. Weird, I can hear music. This isn't our music. This is our music. Ex-Master 1990, so he doesn't remember 1996. Back in the days, his only RC car was a wire-bound fire truck. Beautiful day by the looks, says Mitch on the mic. Mitch on the mic, you are correct. It's a very nice day. And hello to Francesco Pirello. And to Alaria Fulco for having a enjoying watching the show. Engines revving up for the next heat, Heat 4. We're getting ready to get the cars out there. So who is in this one? Okay, so car 1 is Antonio Santana Yanez from Spain. Raul Daraz Anton from Spain is in 2. Then you've got Alessandro Calaresi from Italy. Then you have Miguel Acosta from Spain in 4. Then the rest of the drivers are all Italian. You've got Mattia Colavo, Alessandro Grassa, Stefano Ciccioli, Walter Cusimano and Pasquale Monfalcone in 9. So lots of Italians at the back end. There's 3 Spaniards and 6 Italians in this one. Daniele Lazy there, I think. Not certainly, it might be something that looks like him actually. Another confirmation and their nationality there of the people in GT8 Q1 Heat 4. There are 7 heats of IC. Give me a quick chance to say thank you to Senesi Motorsport for being our title sponsor, and S-Works Lens Bodies, Shipping Model and X-Ray, who are also backing the stream. And please can you back their backing of this stream by backing them by buying their stuff. That'd be great, thank you very much. Oh, and also you can buy some of our stuff too. The merch is available. If you're looking on YouTube, you can just put, there's plenty of merch. You can see we have a huge line of exciting t-shirts, coats, hats, you name it, we've got it. Okay, so the race is about to start. There we go. 2 cars in frame. You've got the yellow nose with a white tail, and this is the orange car. The orange one is car number 1 of Antonio Santana Yanez. Antonio from Spain. Hops over a curb, goes down the back straight, going to drift it left into timing scoring hairpin, and then come in front of the driver's rostrum, and back to the switchback, and then kind of straight line the kink before going back. Oh, that can be very off-putting when someone just loses it in front of you, but not this time. Lap completed for number 1. He is a 16.2. It's quite quick. We've seen individual laps here quite quick. Just waiting for the absolute time and the overall time to put it down below the 25.706 we saw. If they work up to it. Yeah, we've now seen some 26s predicted for 3 or 4 cars. We've seen a little bit of a seed change in pace during this one. One's kind of manually chunked the gear down. This is car 2. This is our leader actually. Raul Anton Daras. Streaking down. No one's got so many superly large stickers telling which car they're driving. It's like, oh, well, look at that. We definitely need to see that one again. So we're now going to see some Marshall action. Here we go. Comes in. Goes to Marshall. Oh, there's a car coming. Whoa! That's the classic, that one. I'm not sure how I marked that one. That's definitely one for the highlight reel there, Matt. Oh, oversteer central again. Didn't cost him too much. He got it back again, but it just let go. And look at that. It's pretty obvious as these cars go on, they move a little bit to oversteer, which I assume is a combination of something of wear, but more like the tyres heating up. Now, they are effectively solid rubber tyres with a insert, but the insert obviously is a foam insert and they're specific. Now, what you do with full-size cars, obviously, you have tyre pressures, and by using the tyre pressures, back with the one again. Let's find someone else. Sorry, not Ash. It's not you at all, Ash. It's Matt. So used to saying it to Ash because he's a cameraman we use a lot. But what you do with the tyre pressures, and you have a slightly low tyre pressure, lower than you want. It's car number 8 of Water Cusimano. So you have a tyre pressure that's slightly lower than you would need at the start, and then the pressures come up, and the car or cart, or whatever it is, then moves into a sweet spot. So you live with it being slightly off for the first 2 or 3 laps. But as it then comes up, it becomes an ideal position. You can have it higher pressure, and then it will come in quicker, but then you have the problem, it might overpressure for the end of the race, and that will give you these oversteer situations. Obviously not quite the same as this with the non-inflated tyre we have, but it's a similar principle. But not a tuning device open to these GT8s or any RC car that I know of. Racing RC car. And it's one of the biggest tuning devices that all motorsports use, from endurance cars to F1 cars to motorcycles. It's so effective that you probably know that a lot of championships will mandate a minimum pressure, because going lower is actually better, but can initially damage before those pressures come up, it will damage the structure of the tyre, so it's dangerous. So you can only go so low at a certain point. Now with the white machine, it's car number 5, and that's Matteo Calavo, currently scored in 3rd. Oh no, tell I currently scored in 2nd. Again, slightly abusing that corner. Ooh, that's a bit close. The recovering machine behind him, didn't touch him, so no harm, no foul. It would have cost him a couple of attempts just from the reaction. You have to kind of, oh, hang on. Then you go there. So the 5 last time round was a 16.4. This time round is a 16.2. So that problem didn't bother him. Actually, now we're putting some very quick times in. And this now is our fastest man on the track. This was said before, the car comes in a bit. He's set the car to perhaps come in a little bit later, or perhaps his car is neutral and other people's cars are moving out of the window. He's on for a 27.706, I think, at the moment. It's the best one we've got. In fact, in fairness to him, he's a long way ahead of everyone else, 4 or 5 seconds ahead of everyone else. So, Calavo here, absolutely the class of this particular field. He's got this car nailed, and if you actually look at it, it looks a little bit nicer than some of the other cars we're looking at. Don't need that in the middle of the road upside down. So he's able to just pilot the machine. 16.1 last time round, 16.17, so he's 16.2. And you look for the evidence of instability at the rear, and there isn't really any. 16.35 that time. Taking those faster sweeps. It's where your rear end's going to give up, depending how you've got it. So see, at the end of here, this is the maximum stress, but it's also got maximum downforce as well. And take it wide, but it's when you kind of do quick direction change and squirt the power. So here, less restrict here, but then this next one here, where you're moving and turning, you're asking an awful lot of the tyres, you're asking to accelerate and turn. So you're asking to produce grip in 2 different directions, which you don't really tend to like doing. But Daras continues this run. He's gone sub 16 there, it's 15.93. Fastest that we've seen so far. Obviously there's 3 theoretically faster heats to come. Yeah, just missed the apex that time. Down to the last 20 seconds or so. So this is probably his last lap. And it is indeed, and he does a 26.707. 26.708.2. Interestingly, Raul Anton Dallas, it wasn't really, it was quite confusing on the scoring, has also done a 26, a 26.709. So those two are very, very close, and there's a big gap to Alessandro Grassa, who's back another 7 seconds. So actually, it was Raul Dallas Anton we watched early on. It was kind of sneakily going quick. We didn't see it, but we certainly saw Mattia Calavallo go quickly as well. So it is Mattia Calavallo who's taken his first one. Then it's Raul Anton Darras, Alessandro Grassa, Antonio Santana, Pasquale Monofalcone, Miguel Acosta, Walter Cosimiano were your top runners and riders in that one. Really don't trust me on that when I do that. Wrong page, what happened there? Good afternoon from Ireland, from Alton State as well. I want to say, Alton State, you have a number of your fellow countrymen competing at this event. Indeed, one of them is in this heat. It's Clive Connolly in car 3. It's Clive on his own against 8 Italians. So everyone else apart from Clive Connolly is from the host nation. It's Fernando Campetti in 1. Crispino Fischera in 2. Clive Connolly from Ireland 3. Gianluigi Baroncini in 4. Dario Grasso in 5. Andrea Telegoni in 6. Pietro Maro in 7. Franco Desirio in 8. Leonardo Cucurcio. Lots of U's in his name. I think it's Cucurcio. Is running in 9. So it's quarter to 4 here in Sicily. Temperature beginning to come off the day. Not a lot, just a couple of degrees. It makes it even more pleasant. A very pleasant breeze which is helping things. So heat 5 of 7 about to go off of the first round of qualifying. A little bit of a step up in speed in that last one by about 2/3 of a lap on the previous heat. Countdown getting underway. Early lap's been turned. Come on the lads, says Ronan Barker. Okay, let's see. Oh, the mauve tips in the wing there. Sort of wing tip. See, I reckon they were put on. I mentioned what a good idea it was about half an hour ago. So the mauve tip wing person is car number 3, and that is Clive Connolly from Republic of Ireland. So there we are, you see. It's obviously a Emerald Isle, British Isles collaboration. We both love to have a bit of purple on our wingtip, or a different colour of wingtip to help us get through. So Clive's early lap there was a 16.5. Sub 16 already is Fernando Campetti. But again, it's all about, the 7-minute run's quite long. It's all about having the car working for you for all 7 minutes as the energy goes into the tyres. Okay, round the switch back and into the kink, down the main straight again. You can see Colley scored in 9th at the moment. Lap times, they're good lap times for a couple of races ago, but the pace really picks up at this point. No 16s for Connolly. Picked on 26. Most of these drivers are predicted faster than the winner of the last heat, give or take a little bit. Take a little curb there for Connolly. Let's try somebody else, Matt. Bright yellow. Oh no, I've got bright yellow. Oh, that's a chrome green, isn't it? A chrome bluey green. I think that's the number 1 car of Fernando Campetti, just to confirm that. Yep, that is the one, and it's a very nice chrome metallic, bluey green, aquamarine, you name your colour. That's quite an accurate. I'm looking on a TV, which I'm not sure how accurate its colour representation is, even of what we're broadcasting through a camera representation, but actually it does look pretty similar to as I'm looking at it at the moment. Campetti currently comfortably ahead of the field by 0.2 of a second from Crispino Fichera. A lot of traffic up ahead. Oh, that's going to cost him time. That's really annoying for him. Sorry about that. That's really annoying for him. He's been really held up. Now I realise whichever car is ahead of him thinks he has the right to try and go fast. But after his own error, that's the 5 car of Dario Grasso. I'm pretty sure Dario is absolutely off Campetti's Christmas card list. That cost him 1.5 seconds at last lap, and he's still being mucked about with. It's very hard though. We've got referees up there trying to pass things through, but it's early in the lap. It's more a case of that should have been just racing etiquette from the 5. So Dario needs to have a little bit of a think to himself. Interestingly, Dario Grasso, who we were just talking about, is needing a little more etiquette. Actually, he was obviously pits in this place where we are, because there's a Dario Grasso sticker right in front of us. I wonder who he is. Now I know he is. He's a person who doesn't quite know his track positioning sometimes. I mean, he's got the pace. That's the problem. He had a bad. I mean, maybe he was blocked, and that's why he was there. But not particularly happy with that performance, to be honest. I think behind this car is actually the leader. I think it's the 2. We just dropped back 1, Matt. Yeah, that is the number 2 car. So that is the leader, which is Crispino Fichera. And then you got Grassi behind him as well. So now Fichera's got a problem at this point. Well, either if he could be dragged round by Campetti in the car, or he's being held up because they're right behind each other. They are first and second. You can see there's about 2 seconds between them. Oh yeah, this is the problem. Oh dear. So that's really not gone well at all. So we look at the start of that. He tries to cut the inside of Campetti, gets a nudge. And then when he puts the power, right. So yes, I think you have to be careful with these cars. You can't just shove the power on them. Now in the biter bit. Oh, Campetti's flamed. So he came out of Campetti kind of having a bit of an incident. He's flames now. I'm just going to try and restart him. We're on the pit cam. This Adidas trousers is slightly blocking the view. Start it up and go. Oh, no, that's not very good. But that's his qualifying heat over, of course, because you can't come back from that. So there's a few drivers here who have absolutely not reached their timing potential. And this is the 5 of Grasso again, currently scored in 3rd. Connolly, who's kind of like stealth his way up to 4th. Let's take the yellow one. And this is the number, can't see. I'm going to guess 7, but I'll tell you for certain when it comes past me in a minute. That might be 9, actually. I think that's 9. It's unfortunate because the one who I really can't pronounce his surname. It's Leonardo Curik. It's got 3 U's. C-U-R. Kukukuto, yeah. Leonardo Kukukuto, I think. I'm sure that's not how you pronounce it. Oh, we've kissed to death, haven't we? Just got his name right and he's stopped. That is an engine issue. He's either run out of fuel or he's got a fueling issue. He's just flamed and stopped. Nice marshalling by the young man. You haven't got to be in a rush now. Just do it safely because it's all over for him. Runs into... Oh. Well, I'm not sure. Don't sure he deserved that. I know he ran into you slightly, this pit person, but that wasn't very nice. Couldn't help it. So that's Connolly again with the pink tips. And as he this has been a very, very messy race. The other race has been, this is our 8th race of the qualifying. All the rest have been really, really quite clean. That was a right messy one, wasn't it? Lots of all kind of comings and goings and confusions and what am I doing and stopping. But anyway, at the end of it, Dario Grassi in the 5, despite being me painting him as the villain of the piece, won that one. 26.705. I think it's slightly the fastest we've seen. There's Gianluigi Broncini, Clive Connolly for Ireland in 3rd, Franco Deserido in 4th. Now, Cristiano Ficero should have been quicker than that. Fernando Campetti should have been quicker than that, but they weren't. And they were. That's what happens when you're not as quick as you should be. Background music, oh yeah, background. No, I have to remember, of course, to put the background music off before anything else. Come on, lads. Hello from France, there's FJM78, Rock and Roller Yardsley. Hello, folks from the UK. Hello. Go on, Clive Connolly, and well done, Clive. And in fairness, it was well done because, when everyone else was mucking about around him, he just laid down a decent time. There were several cars in that heat there, heat 5, who didn't get anywhere near their potential. Okay, so in this heat we have Valerio Messina, Gabriel Palosci, Loris Louise, Daniel Stepskis, Riccardo Cocco, Davide Stefantini, Humphrey Poucher, Attilio D'Angelo, and Nicola Marone. Not that one. So it's all Italians, apart from Humphrey Poucher from Austria. We had a nice chat to in the show about the opening ceremony, which is quite funny. If you go and watch, you want to see disorganised chaos made caused by me and my inability to operate a camera. Then go and enjoy half an hour of that, which is obviously on the RC Racing TV YouTube page. If you are watching YouTube, please do us a favour and subscribe. If you're on the Facebook, please like our page. If you're on, and then go and subscribe, and then if you're on YouTube, like our page. You have the opportunity to become an RC TV hero. There you become one of our primary supporters. And we can need all the support we can get. Where you will get discount on merch that's worth the entry alone. You will get free stickers that's worth it on its own. You'll get follow requests as well, and exclusive content and early access content. So we literally throw stuff at you if you become an RCTV hero, and we get very excited about it when you become a hero and say nice things about you on the stream as well. So if you want your ego massage, become an RCTV hero. Okay, we are about 35 seconds from it counting for something. Thank you to all you who are watching. Thank you to Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor. Thank you to EFRA, who obviously are the organisers and enable us to be here in the first place. And thank you to our sponsors, S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shipping Model, and X-Ray. Here we go. What car will we pick out first? It's very exciting. Could be any of the cars. Could be a green car. Could be a any green cars. Could be a white car. Could be an orange car. Could be a red car. Could be this car, which is grey. The grey. Hey, number 6, I think that is, but I don't quote me. And I think that's Davide Stefanzini in the 6. I have to look at, just sit up very slightly, and it is. Good looking car, that. Any GT8 out there's watching, you can tell me what these body shells are modelled on, because normally what happens is they get called a certain name. I think some of them modelled on Ferraris, so they look a little bit out of shape. I mean, are they supposedly sort of widened GT3 bodies, or are they narrow GT1 bodies? Don't know. So if you have body information on the GT8s, please stick it down in the chat on YouTube or Facebook. Actually, I'll see it either way. So, 6th car comes through in 4th, and that was a mid-16 lap. We are seeing some quick 15s as well, so this one again, people on target to bust through the barrier of the fastest we saw last time, but that doesn't actually mean they're going to do it, because the last bunch didn't do it either. So we shifted cars, and we're now with number 4 car of Daniel Shepis, who called me psychic. I think it might have something to do with Shepis models. Shepis models. Car looks a little bit lazy, which is probably what you want actually. You don't want something that's trying to eat you alive, some of the other drivers have. Just watch it through the kink coming up here. Into the kink. You know, he's really got it virtually worked out that it's a straight line. Powering on through. So the 4 car that time round was a 15.9. Interestingly, not showing particularly high up yet. It's quite a tight group in fairness. So 15.9 isn't really cutting it, which is really surprising. That's a 15.8. It's moving up overall to 5th. Running up to the first third. Let's just shift our attention slightly, Matt, to somebody else. Oh, where we go? Oh, yes, we're going to go bright pink because it's the easiest one to see. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, he's got me wrong there. We're going to go for the slightly painted. And we are going bright pink. Okay. That's car number 2, I think. Which is Gabriele Pelosci. Gabriele. Just looking to get the car rotated. Probably. It's interesting, we've moved up another heat. We're in the penultimate heat now. So we're the next top heat. And what's obvious is how much nicer some of these cars are handling than some of the cars in the earlier heats. And that's a combination, I think, probably obviously with slightly increased driver skill, but more likely slightly increased setup skills. So that was that lap was a 15.8. He's taking a bit of a risk there, isn't he? He's running right round the curbs. This is very, very reminiscent of the runs you see in electric touring cars, where they effectively run all around the curbs and the corners. Rather than using the apex clipping point as the tarmac adjuncting the curves. So we got some forecast times by the first 7 are faster than the fastest time we've seen so far, which is what should happen when you move up the groups. They have been spending a very long time getting themselves seeded into order, so you kind of think that would probably happen. They then have a list of people who are faster in every heat. Let's shift again, Matt. It's the blue machine now. I think that is the 7. It is the 7, and that is Hefrid Pichet. Now you think, hang on, haven't we seen him already? Well, we have, but Hefrid's one of the drivers who's doing both electric and IC. So we had seen before electric, hadn't seen before an IC. That's the 9, and that's Nicola Moroni Constantino. It's not Nicola Moroni of Hot Race fame and Lens Bodies. Thank you, Lens Bodies, being our sponsor. It's another Nicola Moroni, who I think actually he's called himself Nicola Constantino Moroni, just so we know it's not the Nicola Moroni we all think it is. Underneath the rostrum. Yeah. Moroni scored in 3rd last time round. That lap was a 15.699, 15.7 effectively. Best lap by anybody this time is a 15.45 by Valeria Messina, but that's not enough to make him fastest overall. Attilio D'Angelo and Davide Stefanzini have had issues, but everyone else is there or thereabouts going faster than the fastest so far. Half minute to roll. There's a bright yellow car. He's finished, I think. That's the 7 finishing, isn't it? Yep, they've all rolled out. So the end, it was Loris Louise, sorry, from Italy with a 27.703. Then it was Valera Messina, 27.714. Nicola Moroni Constantino didn't stop. It stopped in the last lap, and so it gets a 26.650. So here's the fastest 26 there is. And then you got Hervé Pouchet, 26.705. Ricardo Coco, 26. There's quite a few people who didn't get their last laps. Now I'm wondering, again, this isn't us, this is the My RCM. So I'm just wondering about, well, it's possibly because they ran out of fuel. Let's not get that out of the way, but it's a possibility also that it's a slight little timing glitch. Anyway, that'll get itself sorted out. Not a problem. So, top heat in IC. The clouds are coming over slightly and just dropping the temperature a bit more. It's Alessio Mazzeo in 1, Rosario Giammo in 2, Filippo Beretta in 3, Andrea Catanzani in 4, Alex D'Angelo in 5, Eduardo Rapetti in 6, B.A. Arnaldi in 7, Nathanale Sensei in 8, and Umberto Gentile in 9. So Eduardo Rapetti was down in like heat 3 in the practice, was obviously completely in the wrong place, and now put in the right place, which is the top heat. And of course, Natalie Sensei is Sensei Models. Senesi, sorry. Natalie Senesi is Senesi Motorsport. So yeah, so the body shells that's come through now, and that is great information. Thank you very much from Dennis Mivic. The Blitz GT6 with Ferrari 458. The Blitz GT5 is Pagani Zondo painted. They look really good. The Delta Plastic is a Ferrari. It's a Ferrari SF19. Can't say what Genius Fury is supposed to be. There we go. So I thought we'd come up Ferrari-like. Thanks for that, Dennis. Appreciate it. So if we look at these body shells, well, no, obviously you can't say that because of copyright reasons. You have to just look like it and give a similar name. But nice stuff. Thank you. Right, let's see what the camera is telling me. A little bit chill air comes. It's quite nice today. So are we underway yet? We're still warming up. Not quite. A minute to go before we get going officially. So it's the warm up. So they should all come into the pits in the next few seconds to get a top up. Still got a minute to go, and they'll start meandering into the pits. Okay, in they come. Getting a slurp of fuel. Okay, out they all come. 3 seconds to go. Let's see who ends up top of the shop. Those 4 cars have been very well. They didn't give themselves some space. They haven't started yet. They haven't started you across the line. Honestly, give yourself some space, boys. That's just stupid. The accident you saw happening on the left-hand side doesn't affect anybody because they haven't started. But honestly, just give yourself some space. So there's 2 cars, both white. That's convenient. One has a black wing, one has a white wing, and they are car number 1 and car number 2. Well, that's interesting. That is Alessia Mazzeo, and the 2 is Rosario Giammo. So Mazzeo leading out at the moment. Number of 15s at the start. But Ripetti currently scored top until Mazzeo just took it off him. 15-4, 15-5, 15-9s. Now I'm wondering whether the 2 car of Rosario Giammo has been done something quite clever. He's decided to just follow in the footsteps of the person he thinks is fastest. It's a bit Mark Marquez when he goes out for qualifying and he'll sit behind someone who's going particularly well and then follow their lines and get dragged forward by their slipstream because he knows they're a little bit quicker, so they're not going to hold him up, and so he then just sits behind them and often be a few hundreds faster. He's going from the slipstream. Absolutely naffs off everyone else he does it to, but it's brilliant, and completely legal. So obviously in motorcycles, following is not a disadvantage like it would be. Following close is not a disadvantage like it would be in Formula 1 or any high downforce Formula Series. Okay, so we get, as you can see, the 1 and 2. Actually, our fastest now is Filippo Beretta in car number 3. The top 2 come around, but it's a long race. It's 7 minutes. There we go. Got 2 more cars together, like get together like glue, and that is the 3. Now, who's he chasing down? I missed the car ahead of him. Yep, let him through. That was the referee calling that one through quite well. So this is Beretta. Put the 3 down there at the rear of the car. Just about readable. Got a little bit more front end on that. I say that. I was saying a little front end. When he was coming through the kink there, he was running on a huge amount of front wheel angle. Down to still leading. Petty's around there. Mazzeo's around. It's still incredibly tight at the top. They're all going massively faster than we've seen before. Half a lap or more faster than the guys in the previous heat. But there's 4 of them on very similar lap times. It bodes well for the rest of the event. No one's just streaking off and winning it. Turning nicely. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we start seeing some of the top touring car guys moving into this class or having a go at this class. And the reason being it's rubber tired. And obviously the big disadvantage they have when they start trying to do the other on-track nitro classes, A, you've got to learn the engine, but B, it's foam tyres. And that's a very, very different thing in tyres. Look at that little 2-wheel moment again. Comes in. Just a little bit too much. No, okay. So now he's moved cars during that. Back with the 1, he's back with Mazzeo. Yeah, back with Mazzeo again. Currently scored second. Well, I say he scored second. He's kind of no, he's back. It's really close. He's kind of rotating into first with Beretta and Ripetti. So it's all kind of like tenths of seconds either way. But going back, I think the touring car guys would, obviously we've seen David Ongaro doing well in this as well. But I think he's not a touring car guy. He's an off-road guy, but obviously he understands the engine. But I think the touring car guys would, because look at this driving style. This is very much the rubber-powered touring car line you would expect. And I'm surprised that, given X-Ray stable, I don't think Bruno Coelho would not have time to do this. But given they're not, this is an Alexander Hagberg championship. It really is. Hagberg's got a lot of IC knowledge from his 10th IC. He's just a world champion, of course, in 1/10th IC. He's obviously one of the best touring car drivers as well, electric touring cars. I just think this would be made for him. Rubber tyres, IC. It's got to be the one, hasn't it? It's very easy transferable. I mean, obviously Bruno would be great at it as well, but Bruno just hasn't got the time. Can't do every class in the world. He probably can, but he's trying to concentrate. So Mazzeo still is just scored first by the princely sum of 0.05 of a second. That's the difference between first and second. It's Filippo Beretta who's second at the moment. Ripetti's kind of having a go. It rotates back into the lead occasionally. The difference now is even less. The difference has come down to several thousandths of a second between Beretta and Mazzeo. Rosario's not far off. Ripetti now takes the lead. Oh, Filippo Beretta's done a 15 flat. 15.084. Fantastic time from the number 3 car. Mazzeo, remarkably, just down in second, but he's now a couple of tenths off. So it's the 3 car who's got the lead back with 1:10 to go. So Filippo Beretta in this machine, number 3. But he's like a third of a mistake, and that would, well, I'd say a tenth of a mistake would take it away from him. This is a very good run. Car squirming under power, but that's not a problem because it's always pointing in the right direction. Here we go. Down to 30 seconds to go. We've got 2 laps to go. This one and one more. And Petty temporarily takes the lead. Beretta gets past him. Mazzeo will be next across the line. But I think this is the last lap of the man who's going to take the first heat and first round of qualifying. Oh, it doesn't matter now, mate. You're finished. You can go on 2 wheels. Well, actually, he hasn't finished. He's got one more to go. Sorry, I miscounted. He's got one more to go. One more lap. That 2-wheel moment could have cost him. Sorry about that, Matt. That's my fault there. I miscalculated. They did 2 moments. He's finished now. And his last lap was a 15.6. So he did drop 3/10. So he needs to wait for everyone else to come over. Mazzeo's missed it. Did Mazzeo run out of fuel? And it's actually gone on that last lap. It has gone to Rosario Jamillo in the 2-car, Matt. Filippo Beretta lost 2 seconds on that last lap. Dropped out. Alessio Mazzeo had a fuel issue. He didn't finish, but still finished 3rd with a very far... Well, did he? What? No, he did finish. Sorry, I did probably. He was great. It's absolute time. There's 27 laps in. Yeah, so Mazzeo didn't get the 28th lap, but got a very fast 27. Andrea Catanzani was 4th.
Mazzeo was gone from the stand really early on.
Yeah,
so I don't know what happened there, but...
Well, he ran out of fuel, I think.
One less lap.
Yeah, one less lap ran out of fuel. But that was,
I literally looked round and he was going down the steps, so, yeah.
Still came 3rd, though. It's not the end of the world. But... yeah, so that obviously it wasn't just me who went a lap early with the other guy, because he went a lap early as well, because he loused up his last lap by 2 seconds. I've turned your audio off by that. So we now have done that round. In a second I'll see if I can find the ranking lists. Hold on. Nope, not in yet. So in the electric, it is Nathaniele Senesi from Daniel Shepis from Bernard Alanaldi. They're the top 3 in that one. So the run-off, it was Giacomo Rosario got it at the end. He has TQ'd. Filippo Beretta was 2nd. Alessio Mazzeo was 3rd. Andrea Catanzani was 4th. Alex D'Angelo was 5th. B.A. Arnaldi was 6th. Loris Luis was 7th. Nathaniele Senesi was 8th. Valerio Massini was 9th. Eduardo Repenti was 10th. He must have a bit of a drop-off as well. Constantino Nicola Moroni was 11th. Umberto Gentili was 12th. Herford Pusher was 13th. And 14th, I think it's 14 goes straight through the semis, was Dario Grassa. Was a couple directly qualified. We're back now with the first of the electric races. And they obviously don't have a 3-minute warm-up, so they get going significantly quicker, thankfully. And they instantly look a lot slower because we're back down a level or 2. one is the number... That's the 8 car of Severino Alberghino from Switzerland. Oh, pardon me. Well, I was off air sneezing, but I was still sneezing. Bit of red tips there for the 10 car. I believe that's a big 0 on it, which would make it Mario Martinic, but I could be wrong. Let's see. It is the 10 car. Oh, we left me right. Okay, sweeping around. Oh, oh! Yeah, I thought that's not the track either. Now, I think the reason he went off 3 times there was because he actually got some rubbish on his tyres. At that point, it's quite hard to drive because there's a lot of pickup you can have on the outside of the track, and of course, the rubber tyres will do rubber pickup. Another thing where these scale cars emulate their full-size equivalents. Now with the number 7, as the sun goes behind the cloud, and that's Tomislav Begovic from Croatia. Bright yellow machine now. That's the one. And that's the guy who's leading the heat at the moment, Riccardo Genovese. Leading by quite a long way. He's almost a lap ahead of the entire field. So Genovese's got an issue here. He's obviously underperformed in practice. Now he's found some pace. He's amongst a lot of people who are a lot slower. So he's going to have to do a lot of lapping. Now, it's not the end of the world. This would be a disaster if you're in the electric class, because, of course, it's fixed finals. But this is not a disaster for necessarily, because if he does end up in a final below where he should be, he has opportunity to bump up to where he should be. So one of the ways in which being in an IC final is better than an electric final, but he actually is in an electric final. I just realised I just talked complete rubbish, because this is the electric part of the team. Honestly, why they let me out, I don't know. So it is disastrous because it means he's going to qualify. I mean, I think he's pretty solidly B final, to be honest. So I don't think it's the end of the world for Genovese. But it makes his life a lot easier if he was in a higher heat. Gerd Pfeiffer currently scoring 2nd. Nick Zendrick, I think, won the first one, scoring 3rd. A bit of traffic to get past. No, ball. No. That's not what you want to do, is it? Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. That's closing speed for you. Number 7, Begovic. Wasn't really, yeah. It wasn't Bregovic's fault, it was just kind of a misunderstanding with the one car. Cost them both time though. Danger of not actually winning this heat now. So his early pace has slightly disappeared. Whoa! The zero car fires into the fence. If there hadn't been a fence, that would have hit me. So through he goes. Genovese now. Just got a bit slower now. He's just lost a little bit of pace. Oh, there's a great smell of paint coming. Someone's painting a shell. I can smell the overspray. We'll click up from the rear tyre there from that one, on the one. Let's find someone else for the end of the race, Matt. There we go. Big bright orange machine. Number 2 of Nick Zinderich. Scored 3rd at the moment. Pretty sure he won the first version of this heat. There we go. Race coming to an end. And a win, surprisingly, for Gerv Pfeiffer. 3:57.03 is a bad final lap for Riccardo Genovese. That was the end of that. Him 21 second last lap, end up second, 7:06, 25.706, 7:07 for Nick Zinderich, and 24.713. So Pfeiffer from Genovese from Zinderich. So top 3. There's all the results. Fitzy Catalana didn't make the trip. Everyone else, I think, probably did finish. And we now move to the second of the electric heats. There's less time in between the electric heats and the nitro ones. So it's Alessio Navalia in... Oh, we'll start first with car 4. Okay, they've all turned it out. I don't think this actually works. It's Herford Poucher in 1, Ambrosio Vender in 2, it's Eddie Ramos-Castro in 3, Alessio Navarro in 4, Franco De Zedra in 5, Adrian Lecollier in 6, Michael Milanovic in 7, Domenico Spagnola in 8, Francesco Dominin in 9, and Mark Senkar in number 10. And there is the list of top runners and riders. And we're off and running. And with our bright blue friend, which does look Ferrari 458ish in fairness, even though you aren't allowed to say that. Was it an SF90? I don't know. It's 1. It's number 1. It's a Pouchet from Austria. A bit over Syria initially. As you see the roll on these as they turn in, pushing down. 4-wheel drive, 4-wheel suspension. Obviously. I think they're 2 diff. I don't think they're 3 diff. I'll check that later. It's twin diff. Might be wrong about that. Probably am actually. I need to check the drivetrain because obviously the drivetrains for 1/8 IC cars are very different from the drivetrain for the electric cars. Not just in the engine, I mean what happens next, because obviously there's spools at the rear and one ways at the front. I don't know quite exactly what these do apart from they're 4-wheel drive. I have seen they have got diffs in them. Or the housing for diffs, obviously you can lock them solid with goo. Oh, nearly got it. Just leaning in a bit too far. I'm not so sure about that. You got it back? Where is the track, says Alex Morrow. We are in Giardini Naxos in the Isle of Sicily. We're in the shadow of Mount Etna. So, you know, we are at any moment or any time in the next 15 years likely to be assaulted by a volcano. 15 years? 50 years. Etna does go up quite regularly, but not in a Vesuvial way, or it doesn't, you know, blow its top like Mount St Helens, but there are eruptions quite regularly. With the Red Bull sponsor, well, he's not Red Bull sponsor, he's got Red Bull paint job. I don't know, perhaps he is Red Bull sponsor. And that is car numero. Should know this is 3, isn't it? Ramos. Hello, Sanders. Sanders and Rolf watching. How you doing, mate? I'm sure that Sanders watching from home, which is Thailand. It's quite late. It's about 11, I think. Or is it 10:34 or 11:34? One of the two. The 3 car, of course, is ahead of Ramos Castro. And now we're with the number 2 machine of Ambrosio Venda. Oh, lucky got with that one. You kind of nudged that light green machine slightly out of the way there. Under 3 minutes to go with the car number 4. That's Alessio Navaria. Quite wide berth on some of the corners there. A bit tighter on that one. Leaning hard, trying to turn it in. Got a little swathe, a little shimmy as it came through. It's holding on though. It's putting quite a lot of pressure on it. Yeah, not quite all the time to all the apices. Being chased down by the orange number 7 of Michael Milanovic. I think he's our only Polish driver, he is. So he's the sole pole. Now there's a succession of 4 one-cam bodies. We've got orange, green, yellow and light orange. So all the fluorescent teams you can buy were represented there in a single shot for a while. A bit skippy. I'm not sure he dropped out. It seemed like he let the car through, but I get the impression he just lost all drive. That's the 9 now. That is Francesco Dominin, who is letting people pass. Now, I'm not sure why he's letting everyone pass. To be honest, whether he feels the car's just not doing what he wants to do. Down to 50 seconds or so. Ooh, some background leaning just for the last couple of laps. Here we are with car numero orange and white. You say that's the car 5 because it is. And that is the car that's at Franco Desiderio. He has one more lap for Franco. Now, finished now. 27.703. Is the fastest. I'm surprised we've got two worse scored. Okay, so it's Herfrey Pouchet 27.703, Edgar Castro 27.708. So Pouchet, good score there. Then Amberger 9. So 4 of them in the 27s, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 26s and 2 in the 25s. Okay, time for the top heat. Natalie Senesi took the first round. It's Bernard Alinaldi in 1, Alex D'Angelo in 2, Rosali Jamio in 3. Pietra Lucaforo in 4, Daniel Shepsis in Daniel Sheppy in 5, Raul Darras in 6, Mirko Engert in 7, Felipe Beretta in 8, Alessio Mazzeo in 9, and Nathaniele Senesi in 10. 25 in Sicily. Sun's come back out again. Very pleasant late afternoon, well, mid-afternoon, it's not quite late afternoon yet. It's late afternoon, sort of 5:30, isn't it? It's dark quite early here, well, compared to the UK. They announced the drivers. Thank you to EFRA. Thank you to Senesi Motorsport, S-Works, Lens Bodies, Shipping Model, and X-Ray. This is the EFRA 1/8 GT and GTE Euros. This is the top heat for qualifying round 2 of the GTE, GT Electrics. And it's here in Sicily for the event. My name's Nick Damon. On the camera, it's Matt McCallum. Okay. Race starts in 10 seconds. No confirmation of who's actually in it. Sweeping round the first corner. Oh, a little bit of tail happiness. Not sure whether it's a 5 car, isn't it? Yeah, that's the 5 of Alex D'Angelo, I believe. I don't think I've got this wrong, but I don't think it is. Yep. Someone's got a penalty for non-mastery. Don't know who it is. And of course, you lose your best time in qualifying. That could be quite a major problem. May put you in a completely different final. So the 5 car looking quite sporty. Leaning into the corners. Currently scored second after 2 laps. Seen some quite fast individual laps in this one. But Nathaniele Senesi continues where he left off in the first heat and leads. So he's just been slightly usurped by Alex D'Angelo. And they are now by Rosario Giamillo. So the car following that, we just dropped this car at 6. That is the Rosario Giamillo. Coming under, well, the wind just picked up quite nicely. Just getting closer to the back. He's gonna, yep, referee said to let him through, so that's good driving by everybody. Nathaniele Sense leads at the moment by 7/10 of a second overall. Lap round in the books, and that was a 15 flat, which is I think we've had a 14.9 from Mazzeo, a 14.7 from Senesi, so blimey, there's some really fast stuff going on here. Next out is the 2 of Alessio Mazzeo. Last time round was a 14.9. Slightly unsighted by the 9 car there, Antonio Dallas. So 14.9, there's some real feisty speed being put up now. Lightly drifting out. And that lightly drifting out is enough to drift him off the top stop for 14.9, but 14.8 from Senesi, 14.8 from Rosario. There's some 3 of them going very, very quickly. But interestingly, 7 cars are currently on for a 28 lapper. So it's all within the element of a slight mistake. In fact, Rosario's back on top overall. Number 3 is Senesi. Going well. Nothing like Senesi. The top sponsor this event for us, but that doesn't mean we're going to. Well, it doesn't mean we're going to show him now. But it wasn't mean for any other reason. He is equal fastest with Rosario GMO, who we've already shown. But deep orange colour on the one cam body there. Going round the infield, coming in front of the rostrum. Turn left on the switchback, and then through the kink. Took a bit of curb that time. And then blast on the straight. Interestingly, he's let the other car go past, which is the 2 of. Oh, it's very confused. Is that the 2? I don't know. I've confused myself entirely there. Need to make sure I've got the right numbers the whole time. Oh, it was the 5 who went past, sorry. It was the 5 of D'Angelo who went past Alex D'Angelo. Who, interestingly, must have had a problem earlier on. He's not showing right at the top despite being 14.8. Yeah, Arnaldi's showing at the front for the first time. 14.8. So it's all very, very close in this one. As the cars come and go and ebb and flow within the heat, some of them are just dropping off by a couple of tenths. That's enough to really, the top four are covered by nothing. And tiny little minor half error, and that'll be it. Let's just drop back to somebody else. See what's going on here. Bright green machine. That is the 10 car of Mirko Engert at the front. It's covering 4. Alesso Mazzeo is nothing ahead. In fact, now he's behind by 300ths of a second. That's how close it is at the front. It's just like whispers between the two or three of them. So they've all found a car and a setup and an engine and a battery, or a motor and a battery, that is producing almost exactly the same pace. Down to the last couple of laps for the front runners. Mazzeo is in second. He's a tenth and a half off with a lap to go. Arnaldi is a couple of seconds back, but we'll get a top 3. There they go. And it is going to be Rosario Giamillo who picks it up by the princely amount of 1600ths of a second overall. So it's Rosario 1. It is Alesso Mazzeo who's 2. In third it was Bernard Arnaldi. Nathaniele Senesi, who won the first round, is in 4th. Alex D'Angelo is 5th. Daniel Shepsis is in 6th. Filippo Valletta is in 7th. Pietro Lucafora is in 8th. Mirko Endrellet is in 9th. And Raul Anton Darras is in 9th. That is the end of that second round of electric qualifying. Not sure we've got a overall that's quite got the overall result yet. Let's have a look. No. Hold on, I have to press the wrong button. That never helps. Yeah, so after 2 rounds, because people have kind of really spread about. If you have 2 rounds, the best score is 4 points. The second person scores 6 points. Normally, it'd be like no points. So it is Senesi from Rosario, from Bernard Arnaldi, from Daniel Sheppy. Alex D'Angelo is 5th. Alessio Mazzeo is 6th because he had a bad first run. Filippo Beretta is 7th. This is drop scores as we get down here. Filippo Beretta is 7th. Pietro Lucafora is 8th. Einfried Picher is 9th. And then we have Mirko Engelet. Now what's quite interesting is they are scoring the 2 different classes in different ways. They're scoring this one like an electric. The GT8 is being scored like an electric championship, whereas the fastest person gets 0 points, and then second gets 2 points, and it's the lowest counts. However, the IC side of things is being scored in the IC way, where the fastest person gets 200 points, the next person gets 198, and it's the most points that wins. So I've never seen it before. 2 different halves of the same meeting being scored in the absolute opposite way. Correct ways, but the opposite ways. So back to the slightly longer breaks between events now. Okay, so what's happening in this particular race, rather than races and overall scoring? We've got in car 1, Bruno Car 1, it's Massimo Fabiani. Car 2 is Gerardo Russo, car 3, Stephen O'Connor from Ireland, Italy for the island. Bruno Barbosa from Ireland is in 4. Claudio Rossi from Italy is in 5. Telic Sanjin. I don't know that Sanjin. You can't always tell with some of these names, but they've got them right way around. Is in 6th from Croatia. Emmanuel Greco from Italy is in 7. Angelo Vicini from Italy is in 8. John Kostopopoulos from Greece is in 9. So slightly different on this one. Sandy DeGraaf. It's quite good because what's happened is Javier Garcia, who's our referee, has responded to Sandy DeGraaf, who's the IFMAR representative, to give him the details of where to get the timing, which is, I always think this is great when you've got the senior people help each other out. HM, watching from Miami, RC1 Racing Team. Hello, Massimo and Franco Vamos. Good to have you with us. It's good to have any of you with us. Thank you all for being with us. So there is, of course, a longer warm-up on these nitro heats. It's about 6 minutes they take between the heats. Well, it's 3 minutes of water, so it's 6 minutes between the start and then the next start. And they then release them out. They then do that kind of thing they all have to do, which is the individual race. And off we go. And the bright yellow machine has caught our cameraman's eye. Now he's not started yet, so he's been circling it down the straight. And now go, 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 sir, because you are up and running. And it's the car that hasn't got a blimmin' number, which I think, I actually don't know who it is. Do you agree it was 4 in the end? Did you say it was 4? 1. It's number 1, is it? It's number 1, then it's Massimo Fabiani. Oh yeah, it's now got a number. It's got a number on 2 sides, neither of them particularly useful. It is 1. He's stuck some 1s on. You're quite right. There's now 1 prominently on each side. After someone's gone, you do realise they've no idea who you are, don't you, Fabiano? Okay, fair enough. I'll mark my car. Might be closing speed over the grey machine there. Swinging out wide. So the IC cars, as we know, across the board, are about 3/4 second laps slower. The top ones are 3/4 second laps slower. The lowest ones are 3/4 seconds a lap slower. And that's obviously because they have to move up for acceleration. And at this point here, and every time you accelerate given a good level of grip, of course, every time you accelerate an IC machine, it is going to take longer than an electric car, because the electric car has the instant torque. Ultimate top speed may well actually still belong to the IC machine. Oh! Got kind of stuck on the curb, didn't he? So the car carries on going round. So lap times on the 1 car, to give you an idea, 17.9. He's on the kind of 17.8 is best. So we trot back the 9 car, which is our Greek, one of our 2 Greek racers, John Kostopoulos. Of course, Greece just over the water from Sicily. I assume it's I don't suppose it's that easy to get to. It's a very short flight, I expect, from wherever they are to here. But geographically, miles-wise, it's not that far. We're right in southern Europe, of course, Sicily, right off the bottom of the toe of the boot of Italy. Down the main straight. Oh, yeah, saved that one. There's probably a huge amount of gunk on his tyres now, and that's why it did that, because you go offline, you get absolute detritus on your tyres, because they're sticky rubber tyres, and it takes you 2 or 3 corners to clean back off again. Or you have to happen there where it just over-rotates. More seconds at a time round. Number 9 car doing laps of 18.8 and 17.8. So it's not, it's about, just clipping the corners there. Oh, 3 corners not really been round properly. Halfway through. Let's have a movement to someone else, please. Matt. Oh, 2 of them. 2 big orange cars. It's the 7 in front of the 2 of them. And that's Emmanuel Greco, who's actually missed some laps at some point. Because he's done only 4 laps to the 14 of the leaders. They're hard to tear apart, those two, aren't they? Just exactly the same colour. Clear wing and a number. So it's a 5 is the second of those 2 cars, and that is Claudio Rossi. He's probably bringing up the rear of people who've actually completed the whole whole race. And up with the 7 again. They're all coming. 7 and 5 are kind of, despite the fact there's probably very little metal in the entire car, they're very much drawn to each other, aren't they? Split now by the white car, which is the 3 of Stephen O'Connor. Get the white car just ahead. That's the Stephen O'Connor machine. On the Irish contingent, currently running second in this heat. Big Irish contingent here. Obviously not as big as the Italian contingent, but there's I think, half dozen of Irish racers in this GT, and they're all in the IC side of things. They're all in the 2-stroke, they're not in the electrics. Oh dear. Not bad luck for O'Connor. With about 25 seconds of his run to go, I assume that has just run out of fuel. So they're going to need to work on some tuning from that or some fuel saving to make the 7 minutes. So for the last lap or so, we have the pink machine, the number 8 I think that is, of Angelo Vicini. He finishes his lap. So bad luck to O'Connor there. He missed out the last half minute and still came third. So Gerardo Russo won that one. Massimo Fabiani was second. Stephen O'Connor was third. Angelo Vicini was fourth. Claudio Rossi was fifth. Claudio Rossi was fifth. John Kostopoulos was sixth. Emmanuel Greco was seventh. Sanjin Svetlicic was eighth. And Bruno Bavone was ninth. But the last two didn't really get much of the trip. I know we have a bit of a wait, so this is some background music. BGM, me baby. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Donald Tobert. Hello there. Morning from Palmer, Alaska. That is early, isn't it? 8 hours. Oh no, it's not too bad now. It's about just gone 8 o'clock, shouldn't it, in the morning? Not too bad there. Greetings from the US Virgin Islands. Hello to Akeem Seeley. I've waited a long time for this RC action. Well, there's non-stop RC action for the next 5 months. We kind of worked out. There's a couple of weekends off, not quite non-stop. Claudia Saliti says Claudia and Angelo from Cremona, which I think is a part of Italy. And Abe Foreman says hi. Hi. So we have Alaskans and the US Virgin Islands. I've left you earlier probably from Florida, possibly from the Virgin Islands, not Dominican Republic, sorry. I'm not quite sure where he is at the moment. If this was England, I'd say it was going to rain because it's got the smell of rain about it, but I think it's just the way the day changes and just cools down. It gives you a similar grass-based smell. So I don't think it's going to rain. I'm just going to check my weather app. I'm absolutely certain it's not going to rain, to be honest, but it's not going to rain. It just has that, yeah, when you're, basically if you're British, you're incredibly attuned to rain. If you get so much of it, it's like nothing but rain all the time. How much rain? All the rain, okay. Oh, Marlo Guerrero, hello from the Dominican Republic. Hello, indeed. Okay, so it's Fabio Quadarella. It's Christian Delgado in 1, Gilles Delgado in 2, Alexandros Piper Oglou, in third position. Not third, in third, number 3. Fabio Quadarella in 4, Jason Noonan in 5, Marcello Altavida in 6th, Leonardo Casquillo in 7, Giuseppe Lizio in 8, and Fabio Caligari in 9. The interloper with a moment where it gets sorted out. Oh, I find this music funky. It is time to get funky. Now, there's quite a few delays. There's gaps between these IC events. Why don't you use those gaps? To subscribe to RC Racing TV, be it subscribing on YouTube or liking the Facebook, or perhaps perusing our merch, because we have got so much great merch now. T-shirts, hats, coats, waterproof items. You know, you could be bedecked in RC TV merch. Stickers, of course. And all your friends would go, wow, you are the coolest kid in town. Well, they probably wouldn't, but at least you'd know you were the coolest kid in town. And some of it's really quite funny, actually. There's some great designs out there now. Have a look at that. There's some links to some of them in the Facebook chat, sorry, the YouTube chat, but there's a lot more available. And there you go. There's always a chance to go with RC TV Hero. Yes, become a hero. Free stickers. Discount on said merch, we just talked about. Discount. You also get follow requests. You can say, can you follow Barry? And we will follow him if he exists, obviously. And most important of all, you get early access to content and exclusive content. Oh yeah. So they're getting ready to roll now. A few seconds to go. We are setting off for this 7-minute voyage into the unknown of Q2 Heat 2 qualifying with the number 4 car, and that is Fabio Quartararo. Down the back straight, left-hand turn into timing and scoring, right-hand loop, then come back in front of the rostrum, then you've got that switchback followed by this kink, and the corner onto the back straight again, or main straight, start finish straight, actually not start finish, it's the start straight, not the finish straight, that's the finish there. And that lap by car number 4 was a 16.9. Respectable. Our favourite gold machine from Heat 1. That's the 6th car of Marcello Altavia, who actually has now scored in the lead. He's letting the person through, a bit weird. So a bit of pace from the man behind him. And that was the bright orange number 9 of Fabio Caligari. Oh no, just nose to tail. Good to see him holding each other up. There's the one. And the one is Christian Delgado. Delgado scored in first, and they're on the kind of multicoloured machine. Purple tail, white middle, pink front. That's the 3 of the Greek driver Alexandros Paparoglou. Just a bit of a shimmy as he braked into that timing scoring hairpin. Oh, that's not what you want either way. Went wrong there then. So he goes in. That's it. But right, yeah, he's put too much power on it. In that kind of panic, I'm facing it, I'm going to gun it. And there wasn't the grip on both sides, and it's actually now got a problem. So that error has resulted in a flame out. Some concerned staring. As we pick up this white car with the flashes of green on one side, it's got this 8 machine. So I'm trying to work out. Yeah, oh, it's not green, it's got this sticker on the other side. That's not actually painting. And that's it. Giuseppe Lizio, sorry. Setting a pace. Oh. No. That's 7 shades of wrong, that was. Spun it round the wrong way, blasted it, stuck it on it, and then found he had no steering. So it's very lucky that Marshall is not super tall, because otherwise he would have his legs down there and been clunked in the ankle. And no one wants that. Number 5 of Jason Noonan. Oh, just turned in, didn't bite. Coming around the bottom of the corner there. Like a fluidity re with this 5 car. Driving's fine. It just doesn't seem to flow particularly. I think his minimum speeds are a bit low. A bit better there. a bit better there as well. So, yeah, never viewed someone on a single lap, you can't tell, but it just looked a little bit staccato when we first picked it up. Number 2. Oh, well, thank you for showing off like that. That was the number 2 of Gilles de Valde. Let's watch him do his little pirouette. Comes around the corner, blasts it. There's no grip there, and a lovely bit of 360 action. That car's not set very well because it shouldn't have enough power to do that unless you've got clutch issue and the clutch is so suddenly engaging. So you get a jolt rather than a smooth engagement with the clutch, and that could unsettle the rear end, of course, like that. Our new friend. Minute to go. There's number 7, Bevo still on that corner. Leonardo Lo Castillo, or Castillo, sorry. Quadrella is leading this one. Oh, just lent it out a little bit there. He's got away with it. The thing about showing your tail light when you've got someone right behind you is they can clip it, not deliberately, just by accident, because you just go a slightly different line. Well, the 2 cars behind him making absolute haulix for the last lap, so he's certainly faster than them. Gary's in second, Azevedo's in third. Just a few seconds to go. That might even have been the last lap. It was the last lap. He's finished. It's very late coming over the line. Oh, he's got one more to go. One more to go, sorry. The last lap for Quadrella. This is just his finishes one now. And there he goes. Okay, so the result is in the second heat of 7, or second heat of 7. It is Fabio Quadrella who is the winner with a 25.701.9. Then Fabio Caligari. Third, it is Marcello Altavia, Christian Delgado, Leonardo Castillo, Jason Noonan, Gilles de Valde, and then Tippy Lizzo and the other drivers did not make the trip. Okay, I've got a slight issue with this. We've got a few minutes to go for the next one. Currently 5 minutes behind schedule. Which isn't bad in the scheme of things. So it's this one. It's car 1 is Pirello, Salvatore Pirello. Car 2 from Italy, obviously. It's Graham Lockheed from Ireland in 2. Nikos Polito from Italy in 3. Mario Quaraccio from Italy in 4. Daniele Emanuel Silvestri from Italy in 5. Jose Anton Morgana from Spain in 6th. Damiano Cutulio from Italy in 7. Matteo Barbera in 8 from Italy, and 9 Rosario Pavia, also from Italia. Here's your runners and riders. A bit sunny on that picture was taken, as you can see. It's now just clouded over. I might sit my head out the window. Window out the door, have a look about it, what's going on. Oh, it's very cloudy actually. Possibly overcast, and yeah, there's sort of, no, sorry, but some of those clouds look rainy, but perhaps not in this area. But yeah, if you look at over the top, I think it's rain over the top of Etna. I don't know if Matt can hear me. I don't know if Matt can see it from where he is on his thing, but can you look over the back of Etna and tell me you think there's rain over there as well? I should cut Matt's camera up when he's a bit good old. I'm not sure he's. No, it definitely looks a little bit threatening, doesn't it? Go to the right hand side. Yeah, keep going right. That's it. That's a volcano, by the way. Yeah, we are right behind a blooming volcano. That looks very threatening, I think. What do you think? Go left a bit again. Thank you. Yes. I think there's I mean, I know it's cloudy. I know it's a volcano to the left here. The top of Etna is permanently in cloud because it's not only cloud, it's also all the steam and the smoke that's coming off the mountain top. But there is a kind of a greyness to this which makes you think it's going to rain. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but we are obsessed with it in the British Isles, so who knows. We'll tell the background music because they obviously have background music for the excitement of rain. I was looking at the TV screen in this room thinking, why are there always black bits of rubber on it? I suppose they're not black bits of rubber on it. They're flies. Those little kind of thunderbugs, as we call them in the UK. Okay, a couple of cars back. Oh, he's back again with his badly numbered one again. Salvatore Pirello. I'm getting up and rolling. Being released from the pits. And we're going to pick up. Well, it's going quite pedestrian here because it's not started yet. That's the two of Graham Lockheed from the Emerald Isle. Sporting a little, it looks like he's got an aerial, but it's not. It's an easy pull connection for his fuel tank. Now, he didn't want that. He's been immediately slowed up slightly by the blue car behind him, who is the 5, I think, of Emmanuel Silvestri. He actually lost half a second not crashing into the back of a car that was going incredibly slowly, which is massively annoying. This is safe. What Graham's doing here is he's effectively trying to minimise any risk of a disaster. The apex are mostly there. There's some elements here where there's a kind of a, let's give it a bit more wide berth, let's keep it, that's good. And they might be just warming, well, the tyres are warming, don't feel it warm up. Sometimes you think, oh, he's warming the tyres up. They've done a 3-minute warm up. Getting his eye in now as the pace goes down. 17.2 last time round. This time round was a 16.8. So yeah, it's interesting. If you watch those last, you could see where that half second came from. Just suddenly, just addressing the curves a bit more, trying not to slide out too wide. Obviously, the orange car behind is a bit quicker. That was good. Let him through. Lost very little time in doing that. It's always in this sort of situation, in any motor racing situation in some ways, especially multi-class racing or in this qualifying, it's just as important to know how to be overtaken as how to overtake. Because this overtaking is really exciting and you're going forward, hey, but you can lose a small amount of time or a massive amount of time being overtaken. And if you accept the fact that you're not the fastest, but you want to be the second fastest, and the person who's fastest is going to overtake you, then what you need to do You need to be overtaken in the best possible way. This is probably the most painted body shell we've got, in a scheme and colours. An absolute antithesis of one can elsewhere. It's the number 9 of Rosario Pavia of Italy. Oh, no. Oh, dear. No, oh dear, gets him a replay. So it's all going well. If he turns right, just loses the grip, and then of course gets either side of the curve. Probably lost about 3/4 of a second in doing that. But we see this quite a lot. These cars, both the electric and the IC cars, seem to be able to overload their rear grip at certain points. And it happens the best. I saw Alessio Mazzeo when he was practicing yesterday, and things all over the shop. So obviously they went back from whatever setup change that was. A bit too much rear end there as well, as you saw. Which takes all the minimum speed out. So when you kind of lose it going into a hairpin, the problem is you lose all your speed. Oh, Nick, where does it matter? You won't go fast in the first place. Yes, but unfortunately, you spend a lot longer in slow corners than fast corners. So losing your speed there means you're even longer in a slow corner and you lose even more time. Oh, got away with it, just. Oh, the 4 car didn't get away with it. 4 car had a right old smack on the side. That's Marco Quatuccio. I think he's still running. He is, yet. Just try to even it up, I think, initially. And here is our next, probably next victim, but next coverage star. Second place currently for Matteo Barbera from Italy in the 8. So the glorious day is slightly dissipating, but I think actually this is good news for the cars. It's going to bring the track temperature down. It's going to make them a bit quicker, a bit less liable to overheat the rears. Battle of the there's a pink wing there. It's not that he hasn't pinked the edges, he's pinked the entire wing. Here's that has come down in front of me now. That's the car 3. That's our leader. That's Nikos Fiorito. Unsurprisingly from Italy. So Nikos enjoying his lap of stardom there. And now with the yellow, who I believe is the number 1 car, we saw him from above at the start, which is Salvatore Perello, who does have those little purple epaulets on the edge of his wing. Just over a minute and a half to go. Back with our number 1 car. And third, Salvatore Perello scored. Oh, what's going on there? 1 car facing the wrong way, 1 car being marshalled, 2 cars being marshalled, 6 and the 7. So that's Jose Anton Morgana and Domenico Cortulio. So often a marshal gets to rescue 2 cars at once. Oh, blimey. You don't let a car through there by slowing down. That's an invitation to get rear. Oh no. He had no opportunity. I take that completely back. because the car, Graham had no ability to go faster because he ran out of fuel. That's why he slowed down the straight, not to let someone through. There's a couple of cars that just aren't making this 7-minute trip, which is interesting because they all seem to be doing it during practice. But Graham Lockheed there was just, looked like he just let people through wrongly, but he just ran out of fuel and that was it. Other cars running out of time. Lockheed 6 seconds off making it. Fastest was needed. So at the end of that we have, he's showing off, he's got extra fuel there. It's Nikos Fiorito, Matteo Barbera, Marco Quattuccio was in third. Salvatore Perella was in fourth. And then it's Rosario Pavia in fifth. Graham Lockheed in sixth despite not making the trip. Jose Antonio Morgano in sixth. Dominio Couturio in seventh. And Emanuele Silvestre in eighth. Yeah. Yeah. All the states saying no rain. Where's the Italian sun gone? It's hiding at the moment. I don't think we'll get rain. I say it's one of those things where you would have got rain in the UK, but it's a bit different. X1990, I missed a few parts. What are even the classes they ride, the engines or cells? Right, well, this IC bit is 3.5 cc 0.21 engines IC. They are obviously a version of the very popular 3.5 cc 0.21 nitro engines. They run a mixture of nitro, methane, other oils. There's no petrol at all in the mix as such, and they are a kind of a halfway house in tuning between the absolute bonkers 1.8 foam powered Formula cars and the 1.8 off-roads, because it's just a mixture of torque and power and longevity you have to do. Now I need to check on the electric. I think they're 4S. I'm pretty sure they're 4S. Which is 14.4 volts. And normally the capacity is free, but they only have to last 7 minutes, so you don't want to carry too much excess weight. Well, you don't want to carry weight where you can't put the excess and the weight limits, where they weight which you put where you want to put it. So, yeah. Lots of revving. You can probably hear in the background ambiance of these are funky sound music. We ought to kind of learn English a bit better. So, heat 4 of 7. We're about halfway through. Well, not we're halfway through this race. We're halfway through the second round of qualifying for the IC classes. Wind's picking up actually. Only a little bit. Just blowing. And I was just looking at that, and I'm now being fooled by a very brief bit of breeziness. It's not. It's actually still again now. It's like a sudden whoosh. Oh no, it stopped again. So how long before we get underway? It's a 3-minute warm-up, of course, and the warm-up is now down to about 50 seconds. So pull them in as close as possible, obviously, because they are, whilst they're running 7 minutes, it's important to get, you know, we've seen some of them just can't quite make 7 minutes. So if you only have to run 7 minutes and 7.5 really, isn't it? Because you've got to get there in the first place at the start of a lap. There's a car that's flamed right at the start of that. Cars leaving the pits. The car's getting ready to rumble, and there is the yellow, well, greeny yellow and white car number 2 of Anton Raul Darras of España. Quite a decent Spanish contingent here at this meeting. Some of whom were rocking the new A-car outfits. You want to have a look at the new A-car out, and A-car is their governing body. A new A-car outfits. You need to go and watch our coverage, our live and chaotic coverage of the opening ceremony from yesterday, which has got more positive reactions than anything else we've ever done, which just goes to show as soon as we stop being horrendously professional, people seem to like it more. Which is shocking in many ways. So, bringing the car in, as you saw, bringing a turn in. Pushing it down the straight. Next car along is the number 6. And that's currently scored second for Alessandro Grassa. Plenty of stickers on that one. Oof, I'm sticker crazy. Over rotated. Watching at the bottom of, oh, he's come off. Well, that's it. He's not allowed to refill at this point. They can tune the engine. They're not allowed to put anything in it, but that's just going to cost him time. Really weird decision. Unless he thought it was going to ping the engine, and because basically he's going to have to throw this one away. So when the number 6 crosses the line again, it'll drop right down. Because that was a 25-second lap, so he took 9 seconds. It was not a bad bit of tuning, 9 seconds, but not during the race. So you have to feel that they're trying to work forward, but of course the precise ultimate tuning requirement of this engine, you know, if you're on that last nth degree, that would have changed because the weather's changed. It's got a lot cooler, the air's got a bit denser. I'm interested to know if the humidity's gone up. I don't think I actually have I don't think my weather app is accurate enough on that front for humidity. No, it's not. But yeah, all those things that affect the ultimate tuning of these IC engines. Very nicely now, goes past the blue car. And we're now back with car number 2, Antonio Darras. Leading by about 5, well, he's leading by a couple of seconds, but he's leading by an estimated 5 seconds when we get to the end. Actually, he's actually leading by an actual 5 seconds. So Darras really acing this particular heat. Predicted 27. I mean, there's obviously there's full in the IC side of this is full Christmas tree, so you can qualify last and still win the race. It's hard, so they can bump up. So it's not such a bad thing being slightly too fast for heat. It's not great, but it's not bad being slightly too fast for heat. And being so much faster, he's being helped through by the refs. So Javier is seeing him and helping him through the traffic. So he's running about. Yeah, he's got about half a lap on everyone that predicted. Spaniard. So halfway through, things are going nicely for him. Just trying to get the rear just following the front. This, I think, I believe, is the third GT8 Euros. The first one was a couple of years ago in Switzerland. And then, of course, we had Croatia, Zagreb, and now here. So this is the third time it's been run. We had a World Championships in Australia, of course, over the winter. Tony Gruber, then World Champion in IC. Jörn Neumann, champion in electric. Next victim is this smoky green. Now, there's two reasons we can see the smoke so well. Reason one, I think, is the change in the ambient temperature and humidity, and secondly, because that car's running rich. So it's likely more that it's running rich than anything else. That's the 8 car of Walter Cusimano. When I say running rich, what it means is, obviously you have that fuel and air mixture in any internal combustion engine. You know, in a road car, it's how much is squirted in by the fuel injection. Now, when you put in more fuel to less air, you have a rich mixture. Called because it's only the rich could afford it. No, it's just rich. And you have it the other way, it's lean. Now, rich isn't too bad. Rich means, certainly these engines, they're well lubricated, but it means you're not getting maximum power. And over a long term, which doesn't apply to a race engine, but over a long term, it certainly in the olden days, it wasn't great for cars generally, because it meant they would coke up and they would get there'd be too much deposits, and the whole thing would get gummed up by all the excess unburnt bits in the fuel. Not a problem these days, and also obviously the rich and lean is done automatically by the fuel injection. But then obviously in a simple two-screw two-stroke or three-screw two-stroke, that's just running rich, and he's run out of fuel because he's running rich. Because when you're running rich, you use your fuel quicker. So that's the problem of when you're trying to make 7 minutes of these engines. You start running rich, and there's many reasons the car will start to run rich. For example, not just because you've got the screw turned the wrong way. It'll also run rich because you have a problem with the air coming in. So you might have a blockage on the air intake. Or on the air filter, and that will just make the car run rich. And if it run rich, that's it. Don't forget, you're not allowed to refuel during any of this. There's a huge amount of people not finishing this heat at the moment with 40 seconds to go. So that's just about running rich. Running lean's also bad as well with these two-strokes. You get more power. The leaner you run it, the more power you get, right at the point where it blows up. Because, of course, by running them lean, the lubrication for the piston is included in the fuel. So it hasn't got a separate oil system like you see in the four-stroke engine. So if you run it lean, you end up with the engine seizing or just not running properly. If you run a four-stroke lean, it gets too hot, and it can also damage the top of the piston. So the idea is don't run it too lean, don't run it too rich, run it around about just right. And certainly running it rich here is not good because you'll run out of fuel before the 7 minutes is up. And that's the result. Mattia Colavo won that one from Stefano Cicciariola, from Pasquale Monofaconi, Walter Cusimano, and then Raul. But only those first four got the trip. The rest had some sort of problem. Hit number 5. It'd be great now if they said number 5. I could have a non-combat version of Mambo number 5 to play now. It's kind of, oh, look at this, just marvellous DJ. Next heat, we'll have car 1 will be Fernando Campetti, car 2 Crispino Fischera, car 3 Claude Connolly, car 4, Gianluigi Baroncini. Car 5 is Dario Grasso. Car 6 is Adriano Terragoni. And then it's Pietro Mauro in 7, Franco Deserido in 8, and Leonardo Cauto in 9. Hello from Dubai, says Lawrence Winter. Hello, Lawrence. Hello from not Dubai. Hello to Jose Lopez. I think he's speaking in Spanish, so I'm afraid I can't read that. Only Matt was here, because Matt is now doing Spanish. Altered State is doing a very good combination of hearts to form the Irish flag. Confirmation of your runners and riders for Q2 Heat 5. for Franco D. Vamos. Who's Franco D? Oh, Franco De Zirio. There's a Vamos from the chat area. Actually from HM. Whoever HM is, he wants Patrick to Vamos. Franco. There's a consternation in the pits. Clouds are kind of hanging around the back of Etna and the Etna foothills, which are very wide. Volcanic foothills, of course, are very wide and long. It's basically it's a spill of magma over thousands of years. Makes it very flat. So it's a long, gradual incline. Interestingly, that kind of rolled over the track. If you look at the other direction of the track, it's still quite pleasant. I mean, it's not unpleasant either way, but it just looked a bit more rainy. I'd be surprised if it wasn't raining up there. So you get English commentation. What do? We talk about the weather. It's going to be a chance to say thank you to our sponsors, Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor, and our associate sponsors, S-Works, Lens Bodies, Chippy Models, and X-Ray. And of course, thank you to EFRA. We wouldn't be able to do it without this. We are RC Racing TV. It's nice to have you with us on this fine Thursday evening. We work up to the top heats of Heat 2. Got 3 more races to go today. Tomorrow we start horribly early and go on the entire of the about 12 or 13 hours. So we've broken ourselves in gently with just the what will end up being just the 6.5, 7 hours today. There we go. There's certainly some paint spraying going. I keep getting a whiff of highly volatile stuff. So we're starting with car 7. Car 7 is Pietro Mauro, and Pietro has had someone or himself do a very decent body shell spray paint design encompassing lots of colours, including blue, white, orange, yellow and flames. But at that point he's gone for a clear wing. I'm not sure if his wings get damaged. If you look at the wings up tight, they are real barn door jobs. Oh, I got away with that. He saw away, straight line the first half, but then couldn't really, because off the ground, having done that bit of curbing, and he couldn't really brake in time to get the right hand to turn into the pre-long straight hairpin. Fortunately this time I'm going a bit more circumspect, and then you can see because he can catch the inside thing, so he did lose some time doing that. So it's 17.8 last time, it's a 17, 8 tenths faster. Right, so we've got the fantastic metallic blue number 1 of Fernando Campetti. Right at the backside then, gets through. Putting a bit of speed, these cars down the main straight. Dealing with a lack of instant acceleration on the other corners, then bang. Fast you can go. Ease her in. And you probably don't start braking until quite. As long as you've got the front grip to get in, you won't start braking until probably quite a bit over that white line leading into the checkerboard, which marks start-finish. Or finish, not start. Start is here, down this. You see those white lines to the outside that corner. That's where they'll be starting from for the finals. First finals tomorrow afternoon. A few lower finals, and the finals all day on Saturday. The GT8, the electric cars, are on triple finals with no transference between them. So 3 Cs, 3 Bs and 3 As. And then we have I think the lowest final is a 64th. It might be a 32nd. I think it's a 32nd. 2 32nds and 2 16ths, I think, which we've got tomorrow. And then we have the 8ths, the quarters, the semis, the last chance. It's the last chance now. And the main final on Saturday. Main final currently due off at 4 o'clock local time. And I think that might change because they've need to do some adjustments to some of the timetables at the moment. So the last so it's currently due off at 4. local time. Oh dear. Now where did that all go wrong? Let's ask our replay to tell us. Oh, that's where it went wrong. It went over the curb. And when he landed, he asked it to do a huge amount of left-hand turning. And it basically, I'm not turning left because I'm in the air. And it just landed on the tyre, and that was a spin out. So just about half of this is gone. Let's see somebody else, Matt. Bright yellow, the number 9 of Leonardo Kakuroto. Unfortunately, currently running last. He's been off the track for a bit. He's lost 2 or 3 laps at some point. The car's looking very, very oversteery. I'm being slightly affected by things that look like they might bite me as well. So if I suddenly stop and you hear a slapping sound, it's because biting-looking insects are buzzing around me now. That's really increased humidity. They're probably feeling a bit randy, these insects. Need some blood to keep going, oil do. I'll have a nibble on that bloke. So the 9. Lap times, yeah, not bad. Sub just around the 17, 9, 16, 8, 17. And right home about. And he's lost 3 laps already. A little bit tail out there. Another timing hairpin. Again, it's easy to see where that kind of second and a half to the fastest driver goes. And this is not me going, oh, look at me, because I couldn't do this anyway. But you can just see it's all lost in the slow corners, and obviously facing the wrong way you lose. It's all lost in the slow corners when the minimum speed is lower. There's not the flow through them. Let's leave the number 9. Matt, let's just pick up somebody else. It's number 5 of Dario Grasso. Looking to currently on for 26, so yes, he's on for a late 25, so not killing the world at the moment, but I'm not sure. I think everyone's gone a bit slower. Not a reasonable lap from the 5 there. 16.4, 16.1, yeah, so you can see we've got a little bit of pace, certainly more pace than some of the other cars we've looked at. Fastest lap is around a 16.0, 16.1 for 3 or 4 of the cars in this heat. A couple of them now forecast for 26s, and obviously a little bit off what we're seeing from, well, obviously from the top heat. Bad news for Crispino Fischera. He's had to retire. And bad news there as well. Oh, we just caught the end of it as well. I pressed my replay a bit late there. For the upside down number 3. Helicopter of 12. Oh, picture of me now. Hello. Not quite sure where you've cut me up. I must admit, is it because I've been fighting against bugs? It's all got very buggy. That's the result. Adriano Talagoni was the winner. Oh, we're getting a weather report now. There's me in the hut down there. Hello. I'm waving from the hut above the Huddy sign. Hello. And that's weather up there. I'm sure no one wants to see anything more than weather. Background music is what we want, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Teddy Davis says, hey, hey. Well, you say hey, we say hey. Hey, hey. It's not the greatest conversation ever, to be honest, but there we go. So still, in some ways, the threateningness is eased off a bit to the immediately in front of me, but still quite. I'm sure if you're climbing up Etna right now, it'd be quite wild and windy. So who have we got in this one, which is the penultimate heat? So it's heat 6. It is Daniel Shippey in. I keep putting 4 first. Right, car 1 is Valera Messina. Car 2 is Gabriel Poloschi. Car 3 is Loris Luis, who won the first round of this heat. Daniel Shepis is in 4. Ricardo Coco is in 5. Davide Stefananzi is 6. Herfrey Poucher is in 7. Attilio D'Angelo is in 8. And Constantina Nicola Marone, not that one, is in 9. There's a lot of big fat ants on the ground as well. So the ants, we had an attack of small ants this morning, who were having about 14 million of them were trying to steal a piece of lettuce. Or steal it? It wasn't really stealing. They were just trying to eat the piece of lettuce. There's now some really big fat ants by my feet. I don't want to squish them, but there's about 7 of them. Normally, I'm not usually having 7 ants. Either you can have like 1 million ants or no ants. But they've come along and they've come. They're always like the search party from Ant World, and they're trying to find some exciting stuff, and then they're going to tell all their mates about it. But I'm a bit drunk actually. I don't want to diss the ants, but these particular black ants don't look very good, if I'm honest with you. They're not quality ants. But I could be wrong. They could be doing something. They could be stealth ants, and they're trying to alarm me to full security like 2000 and come and attack me foot. Could be. Who knows? Okay, so 40 seconds to go. When it starts to count, so the car's going to come in and have a bit of a refuel in a minute. And it'll go out for heat 6 or 7. Okay, they're releasing the cars now out into the pit lane. And we're picking up with car number 5, I think I could select flashing through my eyes. It is car 5. It's Ricardo Coco. Irish of Coco. Oh, yep. Just wait for the tyres to come on. And then absolutely go for it. 4 sets of tyres for 5 qualifying heats. I'm not sure they can mix and match. You know, cross axles and everything else. So you can run like, you can just see what your best 4 are for the final heat. I don't know how well they last. They were looking pretty worn out, the ones I was looking at yesterday, but I didn't know whether they'd be run for 2 or 3 heats or just 1 heat. Next up, it's car number 8. So that is Attilio D'Angelo. Nice paint job. Again, relatively planted. If you get a little bit further down or further up, I don't know, further up or further down there. We're further up the the race numbers, the cars look a little bit more planted. I think it's maybe throttle control, it may be set up. But just to give you an idea, we're not seeing hardly any smoke. We've seen that, remember the car from 2 heats ago that ran out of fuel. It ran too rich. Just one thing, what you expect of a well-tuned IC car, a little bit of puff under acceleration because you need to have the fuel in there, A to burn, make power, B to keep the engine lubricated, and then it clears up. So it initially puffs in a slow puff as you power on, but then it'll clear back up again as you hit full power. And then it'll clear back up and then ease back in, and then you'll get a puff as you push again. It's clearing up as we speak. Nope. So this is looking pretty solid on this whole one. He's been going round in the low 16s. Unfortunately, everyone else is going faster. So let's move on. Matt. Wow, we're going pink or we're going colourful? We're going pink. Car 2. It is Gabriele Pelosci. And Pelosci appears to have painted his windows. Now it's interesting, he's got cutouts for the air intake and the fuel, but he actually originally just painted the windows. Now, people have been, in the dim and distant past of appalling overzealous rule implication, there used to be a rule saying that touring car bodies had to have clear windscreens. And someone painted over it by accident and they just kicked him out. Of that race, so your body shell's not legal, which made no sense because putting paint over the Lexan windscreen just makes it heavier. Doesn't help. It's not some sort of secret weapon. It doesn't make it like, oh well, now there's paint on top, it's increased the aerodynamics. No, so it's just a masking error. But you used to paint the driver on and a really thick driver figure on 12 cars as well, and that was. You end up like getting a Sharpie pen and just painting the helmet a bit black, and we need one can, the rest of it. Number 3, it's our leader and the man who won the last one, Loris Luis, from Italy. Sounds French, but from Italy. Actually, no, Loris is an Italian. Loris Caparossi, yes, fair enough. It sounds French, but not. It sounds Italian. I've changed my mind entirely in the last 10 seconds. So, we talk about body shells. Body shells are important. These cars are picking up more than enough speed for the aerodynamics to be really important. Perhaps Adrian knew he'll start working in RC now he's free. He hasn't anything else to do. He could just design some RC bodies. Some RC cars. It's quite free hand in what he could do. I'm not sure we'll be able to get anything much more any other aerodynamics to do. There's pretty heavy rules in most of the classes about any sort of underbody downforce animation. You can't have, there's limitations to any sort of diffuser you're allowed to have. And underbody vectoring wings, which is a pity, really. I kind of think, just go for it. Now, again, even though they're doing 30, 40 miles an hour, there is enough airflow to make a difference if you could work out how to make ground effect work. I mean, a lot of the cars haven't got enough room. We just moved slightly forward there to the 4 car. That's Daniel Sheppy. So he gets a little love tap from Loris. He continues to lead by 4 seconds, so he's leading by quite a bit. Sheppis is in 3rd, so he's not out of it. You know, my previous thought about, well, my thought, yeah, I think it'd be great if someone could work out how to do ground effect on these things, it'd be brilliant. Because the biggest problem with ground effect is the really bad ride. Well, there's no driver to get jangled about in an RC car, is it? So it doesn't matter who's got really bad ride. This is another thing to get worked out. You need a really, really thin... Think about something like the Techno E-Buggy, which was always really thin. You could easily build some wings, like some side pods on that. Unfortunately, of course, the side pods don't really work on a very high-riding off-road machine. If you design the car from point one with the idea you're going to have a ground effect on it, and you narrowed everything, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see if it actually was worth it. My guess is probably not, but grip is everything. If you come to the end of this one, it was Loris Luis who won that one. That's the car 5 of Ricardo Coco, who's one of the many people who's just run out on that lot. No, he did make it. He ran out literally 2 corners after the end, so he just had absolutely exact right amount of fuel. So it was Loris Luis who won that one with a 27.706. Gabriel Paloschi was second. Daniel Shepis was in third. And then we had Davide Stefanzini in fourth. Constantino Morone in fifth. Herfrey Pusher in sixth. Ricardo Coco, who didn't make the end, in seventh. And other people who I couldn't read because they come on the screen too. Okay, so we're coming up now to the last heat of the day. So it designs some background music. Okay, so it's Alessio Mazzeo, Rosario Giamano, Giamo, Filippo Beretta, Andrea Catanzani, Alex D'Angelo, Eduardo Repete, Bernard Alan Arnaldo, Michele Senesi, and Umberto Gentile are your runners and riders for this one. Don't forget that the current leader is Giamano Rosario from Filippo Beretta. So Rosario Giamano Filippo Beretta, sorry, I got it right. So Rosario leads, Filippo is second, Alesso is third, Andrea is fourth. Top 5 are all Italian, with the Frenchman B.A. Arnaldi in sixth. Thank you to everyone who's watching. Don't forget to give us a subscribe, give us a like, give us all sorts of things, really. Everyone watching their charges from the pits. Let's get going on this final heat. This is a chance to say thank you to EFRA. Thank you to our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsport. Thank you to S-Works, Lens Body, Shapey's Models, and X-Ray. And thank you to you for being with us for most of the day. It's nice to have you around. Just coming up to 6 past 6 here in Sicily. That threatening weather's eased back off again, but we've only got one more heat to get underway, so that's fine. countdown. Still 2 minutes or so to go. That can't be right. Okay, 35 seconds to go. Seconds to go. Cars are out and running. Let's see who's our first victim of the camera. It's the white number 4 of Andrea Catanzani. One of a number of the drivers from this Italian team who we know from either large scale or 1/8 IC track. They love an engine, the Italians, absolutely love an engine. Nothing electric really catches on. So Catanzani actually has got like a scolded pig because he's actually there or thereabouts in the lead at this one. Slightly quicker than Rapetti. Alessandro Mazzeo, Filippo Beretta. But Rosario Gimo, who won the first round, is back up, scored overall top. And there is the car 2 of Rosario. There's your man who took the first round and now is just about leads, but this is alternating all the time. Oh, someone's made a mistake there. That was the one of Mazzeo. Mazzeo's made a mistake, so that's going to be a real disaster for him. Just lost it. So I don't think Alesso is going to be your winner of this round. No, cost him a second and a half. Just over rotation at the timing corner. No such problem for Rosario Gimo. Oh, those first corners. So next up on the chopping block of cameras is... Oh, we're having to wait now. What are we going for? Who's it going to be? It's going to be the multicoloured car there, car number... Is that 9? Let's have a look in a second when it comes the other way. It is the 9. It's the 9 of Umberto Gentile. Was pinged off there by the 5. A bit naughty by Alex D'Angelo. Didn't say excuse me or anything, just went for him. That car appears to be going really quite well, but it's actually the slowest in this race. It just goes to show, mostly well behaved. Obviously, they get punted off earlier. Those differences in pace are down to the nth degree of driving now. Where are you going next, Matt? It's taking the big yellow machine. That's the 6 of Edoardo Repetti. He's been as low down he is, must have had an issue. Not sure what Repetti's issue was, but he's had one. And let's the other car go. And that's the 3, isn't it, of Beretta, which is ahead of him. Filippo Beretta. So after his problem, Alessio Mazzeo, after his little errors, coming back quite well in this last heat. He's currently sort of there or thereabouts in second. Which I'm surprised at, because he lost about second and a half right early on, and it's hard to get it back, but he is getting it back. He's now actually scored in the lead by a grand total of 700ths of a second, so it's not something to write home about, but Alessio is leading. And this is the man in third. And they're doing 15-2s, 15-3s, 15-4s. So it's really, really quick, the first 3. See if we can find the number 1 car. Because he's made a great comeback there from that early little problem. And he's now running sort of at the, well, it's within a problem, like the tiniest problem. He's going to be the first or second, I think, but he lost it. But this is Alessio Mazzeo, reigning champion, I think. Yes. It's got some back markerage in front of him. It's the 9 cars being called by the referee to get out of the way. His lead last time round was a massive 2.5 tenths. Now, what he doesn't want to do is start pitching himself to the guy ahead of him. That's good movement by 9, got right out of the way. Allowed Melissa to left, right down the straight. Still leading. And that lead is 0.3 of a second. So is he going to take the second round despite that early spin, or half spin? He proved me completely wrong when I thought he was going to be out of it after that, but he apparently isn't. So he's found a couple of... Oh, that was a 10th that's gone away. You don't want to go behind that man's nose during this race. You're too wide. Catanzani up to 4th. So this is not the last lap. He's going to get another one. Starts the last lap with... Oh, he's run out of fuel. Oh, he's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel whilst leading. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And that was close, but no cigar. He runs out of fuel. He's not going to finish that low. He's done it again. He's run out of fuel both times and finished in the top 3 both times. But it was it went to Rosario Giamo again, who got it because he ran out of fuel. So that was the final act of the day. There was a last lap fuel run out for Alessio Mazzeo. Rosario Giamo won it and that's now back-to-back wins. Andrea Catanzani was 3rd, Bernard Alan Arnaldi 4th, Natinali Senesi was 5th, Edoardo Repetti was 6th, and then, I'm off you by the way, and then in 7th it was Alex D'Angelo, and then Umberto Gentile, and Filippo Beretta was going well at a problem towards the end, so I think he may have run out of fuel even earlier. So just to give you the rundown after 2 rounds. So it, nope, oh, sorry, I've got the electric rundown. No one wants that one. We want the IC rundown, don't we? Okay, so it is with 400 points, a full house. Rosario Giamo, he leads at the moment. It's Alessio Mazzeo with 395, Andrea Catanzani 393, Bernard Alanardi 390, Alex D'Angelo 388, Natinelli Senesi, 387. Filippo Beretta, 386. Loris Louise is not in the top 8, of course, he's in 8th, 385. Rapetti has 384, and Umberto Gentile has 378. So that's it from us at the moment. We're back tomorrow, obviously. Currently, I think these times may slightly change, but currently we'll be with you at sort of 8:50 in the morning. 8:50 in the morning this time, so 7:50 for all you UK and Portuguese viewers. And we have a large amount of racing, and then we have some finals at the end. So we've got 4 finals at the end. We're here till apparently 7:30, which is frightening. I'm not sure they're going to try and tighten some of these times up because I think they're slightly wrong. But it says 8:50 start at the moment, so if it changes you'll find out. But thank you for being with us so far today. It's been brilliant, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for more 1/8 GT and GTE European Championship action from here in Sicily.